funk. Make it funky.
and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Here we go. Come on. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here. Break it down now. Come on. Make it funky. Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
To make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen. double. Can we get another one? Something. Here they go. They're going to send in one of their McLarens right on over with the run.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League North American Finals. I'm your host, Hot Jukes. I hope you're ready for this one. I have been waiting all day and all night to finally get here. This is where we all been waiting for. Of course, I couldn't do it without my amazing analysts here on the desk. Welcome, everybody. The 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. Pow, pow. That's right. Bring them on in. That's what I'm talking about. Make it rain. 7, how are you feeling today? You ready?
I'm feeling good, baby. I'm trying to see which one of these teams is going to come out first out of NA. Is it going to be XSET being champions again? Is it going to be Knights now? Listen, it's about to be madness, Glitter.
I cannot be any more excited for that madness because it's now fresh, clean slate for everybody. We're here in finals. This is what we've been waiting for the entire season, and it's time to see if the best of the best can truly rise to the top.
Well, let's get it. All I'm going to say is I better not get let down today, all right? I want to see it happen, and if you guys want to talk about it, of course, you got to make sure you're following all the socials, the PUBG Mobile Esports NA Twitter, join the Discord, follow the Twitch, get it all done, and whenever you're talking, of course, make sure you use that hashtag PMPL so we can keep up to date with everything you guys are talking about. And there's a lot, and I mean a lot, to talk about here today. But before we start really, getting into all that, 7 Glitter, I think that we got to show everybody what is on the line today, all right? The cheddar, the big money, right? Here is what all these teams today are going to be competing for, and this is the prize pool. First place, getting a big 15K straight to their bank account. Second place, getting 9,000. Third, 6,000. You guys can read it right here. MVP getting $1,000 as well. So during the league stage, the Knights ended up taking that beautiful $8,000 prize pool. So you know that they're going to be feeling pretty good about this one going in today, but they want more. They want more. So just to kind of let for you guys out there watching so you guys can realize, which teams are even playing today, we're going to go ahead and bring up the overall leaderboards from the League Play Super Weekend so you can see how these squads performed before and which teams are playing today. Glitter, what do you think about these squads here?
I mean, this is what I'm talking about. What I'm saying, we got to see if the top of the top will continue to be there. I mean, Knights breaking that 600-point mark. That is absolutely insane. Almost double digits with their chicken dinners for those super weekends alone. Nova in second, and these are two teams that we've talked about the entire time is battling back and forth. But like you've said, there's so many recognizable names up here that we've talked about a million times over. I mean, WallStreetBets, XSET, HQA, Mezexis. Going down this list onto the second page so we can see the rest of the squads that did qualify through. I mean, we watched a battle for 16th place in that final Super Weekend 7, and in the end, it was Dope and BTOWN that just barely made their way through.
Yup, it came down pretty much to the last match, honestly, and at the top, you know what? Polar Ace had an amazing final Super Weekend too. The Panthers, we really didn't get a chance to see them, so I'm excited to see what they might have been working on since they didn't play that final Super Weekend. Boring Protocol, we've been talking about Spec. We have been able to see what Samuel has been able to bring to that team too. We even saw Carnage being able to get some Illims too. 19 Esports, The Chosen, 4Bros. All of these teams are so good, and we're not going to be babying you anymore, by the way. I want to leave that out there. And we're not going to be babying you anymore because of this right here. This is what these teams are going to be fighting for in this finals. The 5 spots left for PMPL America's Championship, and we already have some qualified teams from Latin and Brazil. You might see some names that are familiar. Aton Esports, we know what that team was able to do. Alpha 7 Esports as well. Loops Esports, INT. I mean, there's just so many teams that are already qualified, and this is why. I'm just going to repeat it one more time. Producers, feel free to put the camera on me because I want to make sure they actually listen this time.
Yes.
We are not going to baby these teams. Players, just a heads up, we are going to be harsh. If you suck, we will call it out. We want the best of the best out of NA. I don't want a one weekend team wonder, okay? I want the best of the best.
Top 5.
what he said, man. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I said earlier, right? I don't want to be disappointed. A lot of big expectations here on some of these squads. And I think by far, without any doubt, the two teams that we're looking at to make into the top 5 has to be the Knights and Nova Esports. These guys have popped off during the league play. A lot of pressure on these two squads here. And why don't we go ahead and, of course, bring it up so you can see how they are the favorites. Glitter, I'll have you take it away, right? You talk about these two teams.
Listen, we like you said, we can't not talk about these two. I mean, they have been absolutely destroying this entire season, and we've got their averages compared here, and you can see that Knights is just barely kind of ousting them by just the smallest amounts here and there in all of these categories. But we also need to take into consideration that Knights had a much better final super weekend than Nova did, and we were talking about that a lot, trying to figure out why Nova was being so quiet, what the plan was. And so hopefully now heading into finals, we will see the result of some master plan that maybe we were not informed on, but generally, even so, these are still so close, and that's a situation that these two teams have been in the entire freaking time, okay? And then speaking of these teams, we can't talk about either of them without talking about their individual players. Obviously, QZ, we're going to be keeping our eyes on him, and I know you're excited to see if he can get his average survival time up 7. Obviously, Koi his duo, but then we have all of the absolute monster players that are on Knights.
100%. And when you mention Knights, there is a player that I gotta give props. I've been calling him out for, I think it was 2 super weekends in a row. And this final super weekend 3, he actually delivered. And in case you don't know who I'm talking about, it's gonna be Chico. He was one of the top players for super weekend 3. And he was actually a big question mark for me because every single time we saw the stats, he really wasn't putting up the stats that I personally would like to see out of a squad of Knights. I mean, Knights always puts himself in such a position that I wanted to see Chico actually perform well, and that's what he has shown me. By the way, Knights was the only team out of all the other regions, Brazil and Latin, that actually got 600 points
Yes.
for the super weekend overall. So that's impressive, and that's actually why they're one of my favorite ones, and I cannot wait to see Chico keep on performing, baby, because you just showed us that you can definitely perform with this team.
Cool.
Look, Knights, just do what you did during the league play, please. If you don't make top 5, I'll pull my hair out here at this point, all right? Now, I want to remind everybody, when we showed the overall leaderboards, that was during the league play, during the super weekends. We are in the finals now, okay? So this, the whole board gets reset. Everyone's got 0 points on the board. And one team that popped off at the end during league play was WallStreetBets, right? We actually got the chance to talk to Steve-O, and he said even that wasn't enough. So he's looking to make it enough during the finals here, 7.
Definitely are. I feel like WallStreetBets has been this team, one of the teams with the most improvement. We have seen what Drago can do for that team. We have seen what Steve-O can do for that team, but I feel like it's the addition of the other players too from WallStreetBets. Now they're starting to become a powerhouse, at least from what they have showed us. I mean, this past Super Weekend too, in the final day, they were able to get 3 chicken dinners. And those 3 chicken dinners weren't like just, oh, okay, they got to win. No, they were able to back it up with an average of 14.6 ILM. So if they can even get a chicken dinner here on this first day, and they can maybe continue to improve on their usual placement points, I think this squad can definitely be in the top 5. At the moment, I'm sorry I'm gonna have to do this with bets, even though I'm a big fan of you guys. I don't see you guys getting that first place, but I definitely see them getting in the top 5 with the performance that they have had. I would like to see them improve in regards to certain placement points. With them, sometimes they seem to, I'm not sure, maybe they were trying out different stuff during this past Super Weekend, but there were 14 place finishes, 15 place finishes, and if you're going to be a top 5 team, if you want to be a championship, something that Steve-O told us, they felt like they were beating themselves. So hopefully that has been fixed. Hopefully Steve-O and the squad has everything set and ready to go here for the finals, because this can definitely be a surprise team.
Well, let me ask you this, 7, right? You said it yourself, right? Where do you think WallStreetBets are going to land?
Ooh.
Top 5.
Top 5?
Oh,
Yes.
All right.
And
all
like,
right. Yeah, no. Like, look, are they going to be top 5? Okay, so top 5. I just want to see where your
easy.
prediction was going to be, right? So we can see where they end up at the end of this whole thing, all right? Now, one team that we have to talk about big time, it's XSET, right? These guys are the defending champions here, so there's a lot riding on XSET, and they were pretty quiet during this whole tournament, weren't they, Glitter?
Yeah, and that's why we have to talk about them, because I think we were kind of expecting big things, especially when we take last season into consideration. And to be fair, XSET picked it up huge at the end. And you could see a lot of the stats reflected here. Killswitch being the standout player for XSET this time around, over 13K damage, 67 elims for 60 knockouts. Having that many elims with almost a perfect conversion for your knocks is crazy. To be fair, we talked a lot about how all these teams need either a duo or everybody pulling their own weight. Polo has the perfect conversion rate with almost 10k damage. Jay's almost at the 10k damage as well, and we harped on J7 a little bit, but even J7 picked it up at the end as we take a look at the averages here as well. And the only thing that I could nitpick, because you said we're being harsh or a little bit pickier here in Final 7, is that these average numbers for me aren't high enough. They need more, because if we were comparing these averages to the likes of Knights, you know that Coops' averages would be higher. And if they want to compete against the best of the best, then hopefully in these past few days that they've had the downtime now, they're able to utilize whatever they learned from the final Super Weekend, keep some of that momentum going, and continue improving for themselves here in finals.
Especially with those averages. I mean, we saw 3 players of that squad with an average survival of 15 minutes and 30 seconds, I think it was. That's just not going to cut it. You can get as many elims as you want, but if you continue with that average performance in regards to survival time, it's just not going to cut it for the top 5. Only the top 5 are moving on. It's not top 16 anymore.
Yeah, these first games are going to be huge. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, all right? Because during the league stage, you know, the prize pool was very similar for teams second on down. We knew the Knights had it, so no excuses now for XSET. If they want to do good during the finals, the points have been reset. They got to pop off here immediately. No excuses once again. Okay, well, let's talk about the top 5 players here that we saw so far during the league play. 7. We saw these squads. Look at this, right? And I remember you talked about, we saw Killswitch on Twitter. He was kind of kicking himself about the performance during the league play.
He was, and I think he was just, it might have been a thing of the whole team performing, but himself, he has been performing really well in regards to elims and also that damage. 121 elims for him with all that amount of damage. But once again, keep in mind the average survival time, I don't really like that much, and that's why I'm going to go from Killswitch straight to QC, because that's always been a big question mark for us as well with QC. Yes, he can get the elims, but that average survival time, I mean, I just don't like it when you compare of the likes of Coops, the Commander. You know what, Coops? I'm going to name you the Commander because you were so close to getting those 200 elims. Nobody's getting even close to you in regards to damage. And then we bring it down a notch to Spec in 3rd place. I mean, this guy has been performing so well for a player that's working with a brand new team, brand new players, brand new style of playing too, possibly. He has been performing so well, and I cannot wait to see. And also, last but not least, Sanhok. I mean, Sanhok has been able to clutch up. We saw that one before that he was able to put up in Erangel, and I'm pretty sure they got some tricks in their pocket that they're going to be showing us here in the finals.
Oh, that's what I'm waiting to see. I mean, I've been getting asked all week, right? Which player do I feel is the best one in North America? And right now, it has to be Coops, right? Well, let's talk about the teams that we are all going to be keeping a close eye on. So these are the teams that we picked here on the desk. And look at this, 7 and myself. I mean, we have to pick the Knights, right? I mean, we have to see these guys pop off. I do not want to see a remembrance of what we've seen in the past, 7. Ain't that right?
100%, and that's what I'm picking the Knights here on this day 1. On day 2 and day 3, I'm probably going to be changing it, but I would love to see how Knights is going to be starting off today, if they're going to be starting off strong or if they're going to be starting off slow. I think it's going to definitely dictate a lot of what's going to be happening on this finals. And Glitter, I honestly like your pick as well alongside with Sute. I think Nova's definitely a strong team, and I think those 2 teams are going to be fighting for that top 2.
Not only that, like I said before, they had that quiet final Super Weekend. I think that they knew a plan that we didn't know about, and I think they're going to bounce back into finals stronger than ever, and I'm excited to see what they can do as we do see the schedule here. And Jukes, 7?
Yes.
Oh,
we get 2 of everything, which means double Sanhok.
And you know what's crazier? We're starting off in Sanhok. We're starting off with the madness, and I love it, Hot Jukes.
I love it too. And remember, this is the finals here. There's no rotating lobbies. Every single team is playing in every single one of these 6 matches here today. And like you said, double Sanhok. We're going to start off with the toxicity. I love to see it right here. And here's the thing. Finals is 3 days, right? So it's not over, you know, weeks we have here. So the room for error is so small. So Glitter, I'm gonna ask you this. I want to hear your prediction, right? How many games do you think that a team can throw if they want to make first place? How about that?
Oh, if they want to make first place?
How much room for error do they have?
Well, if you're the Knights, you probably have a bigger margin of error than some of these other teams because they can bounce back with those 30+ chicken dinners and really make up for a bad performance here and there. So I'll remove Knights from the equation.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'll probably give them, if you're genuinely a top 5 team, I could give you probably the first day, really, and then they can bounce back in days 2 and 3.
All right, well, let's see who's going to be able to pop off here. We're getting match number 1 started. Let's get hype, everybody. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Glitter. Absolutely amazing. That's how you get it done right there. We're going to go ahead and bring in our casters here for match number 1, guys. Give a round of applause for 2 of the best to do it in the business. Necro and Zute. It's Sanhok going to the jungle. Y'all take it away.
Thank you so much, Hot Jukes right there. And yeah, as we know, we're going to kick things off with Sanhok. Now, you guys saw in the watching teams, right, the casters watching teams, and I picked up Bob. There's a reason why. In Super Weekend 3, they ended things on an absolute aggressive note. They were doing really good on the Week 3, so I feel like inside the Grand Finals, Bob, they're going to be doing pretty good too.
I think, yeah, Bop definitely is a team that had the most momentum in terms of bounce back, right, heading into the finals. They were really struggling all Super Weekend, like all 3 Super Weekends, but in the very last one, they had that momentum carrying them forwards into the finals. We'll see if that boring protocol is going to be the boring protocol that shows up, though, today. And, of course, we're starting it off, like we mentioned, on Sanhok. I feel like this is really going to kind of throw, you know, a wrench into things. Like, teams aren't used to, you know, starting off their very first game on such a fast-paced map like Sanhok. So I think the teams that are really prepared, they have a game plan, their mental is high, their confidence is high. I feel like those are the teams that are gonna start off strong and probably, you know, carry that through for the entire day.
And not just that, imagine the amount of pressure that XSET are going to be having inside this tournament. They're the defending champions, and they've all needed to live up to their name without a doubt. So XSET, there's a lot of things online. There's a lot of stuff online for them, including the Pride too. And XSET, it's their time to defend those things. I mean, we do know XSET, they got kicked out from the side of boot camp, so they like to separate around boot camp areas and just start like to target those little bit of compounds. But look at this circle, another shift, an interesting one. It's already going to throw all the teams off guard.
Yeah, another team that got kicked out that we're seeing for the very first time now is 4Bros. They are no longer contesting Nova and Sami. They've decided to give it up. Yeah. And I think that is going to work out amazing for Nova. Every single time we've seen Nova loot Sami or that section of the island down there on the southwest uncontested, they've always almost managed to medstrat up to 2nd place. So basically, for the entirety of the finals, Nova's looking at like maybe a top 3 guaranteed finish on every Sanhok because of that medstrat strategy that they have going on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 4Bros, again, they've again and again been losing that battle with the players Nova, and finally doing a little bit of research, they realized Camp Alpha might just be a little free. I mean, there are the players of BTOWN right around it, but still boring protocol. I mean, not boring protocol. Of course, BTOWN, they cannot be that big of a threat as compared to Nova. So maybe 4Bros, they're ready to take on the players of BTOWN. Not sure what the mentality is there, but they are again going to be engaged in a really super early fight.
Yeah, another thing that I want to mention is the Execute team, right? They used to land on that northwestern island, but they didn't qualify in. So that kind of freed up that space. So maybe that is another reason why 4Bros, you know, decided to drop in that northwest. But we are underway now. Sanhok, it just started. No casualties. I think we shouldn't expect any hot drops for pretty much the entirety of the first day, probably the second day. Every team looks like they know what they want to do. There's no more contesting. You know, all of that's been sorted out during all the super weekends, right? But coming into the very last day, we might see some, you know, shenanigans happen because at the end of the day, though, this is just another stepping stone to qualify into the next big event, right? The next one being PMPL Americas, and the top 5 Necro qualify in. I can only imagine whoever is in 6th place, you know, coming into the very last day and stuff, there might be some hot drops going on once again, because we did see some of that happen, you know, coming into the Super Weekend for that top 16 overall.
Always saw that. Some of the dirtiest ones too on Miramar. I still remember that one. But yeah, again, now as we do know, as you mentioned too, top 5 are the teams that are going to be moving on in the future tournaments, which is PMPL Americas, to find out which one's going to be victorious over there. But still, top 5 from here. We'll be moving on. So top 5 is going to be the goal. Again, things are going to be quite difficult. Top 5 is not easy to make, especially in a lobby of 16 most individual talented players. And it's going to be really tough to make it top 5. So I do want to find out how things are going to be looking like. Because as I said, especially teams like Vamp, teams like 19 Esports that haven't really been that big in the league stage, I do want to see how they're going to be playing out in this grand finals.
100%. I feel like the top 5, though, we're not going to see any surprises. I think whoever we end up top 5 are 5 teams that we would all look at and be like, makes sense. I could get behind that. Yeah, like I just feel like, because we have 18 games, right? We're playing 6 matches a day. 18 games is, in my opinion, quite a lot of games for a consistent team to make that top 5. If it was only like 12 to 15 games, maybe we might see like an outlier have a lucky day, have a lucky few couple games, and they break into that top 5. But with 18, luck or no luck, that's way more than enough games for a top team through consistency alone to make that top 5 position. And the only team that might struggle a little bit that I really do want to see make it, for me, if I had to pick one, it would be WallStreetBets, right?
All right.
They've absolutely proven themselves throughout the Super Weekend and the league stage and everything. But this WallStreetBets team, I feel like, is such a new team. They're like almost kind of the underdog that's the most proven, in my opinion. So WallStreetBets, if I had to pick one, I would love to see them make top 5 outside of all the other, you know, powerhouse teams.
And that makes sense too. WallStreetBets throughout the entire league stage, they've been looking like a well-polished team. So hopefully WallStreetBets, they're going to be seen in the top 5. But again, I want to ask you, in your top 5 list that you already have, okay, I'm going to hold on to my words for now because it's the Panthers going against the players of 19 Esports. And this is what I exactly said. Teams like 19 Esports, Vamp, maybe potentially Polar Ace too, which haven't really gone that big. I mean, I would say Polar Ace, they were quite consistent in the league stage. But still, those teams that people aren't really expecting a lot from, how are they going to be doing in the grand finals? Because again, there can be at least one of those pop-off teams that might just pop off and surprise all of us.
We're talking about surprises. XSET and Polar Ace, the team you just mentioned, getting into a very close range engagement. I think that's 2 Polar Ace players down immediately. You see right there on the mini-map. Ooh, absolutely amazing camera work to switch over to that so quickly. But yeah, Polar Ace already down 2 players. XSET, 2 elimination points already.
Yeah.
One powerhouse team, right? XSET. The talent, we talked about them. They're the question mark for me. Like, I feel confident in WallStreetBets, but XSET, I'm still a little bit hesitant as we get more fighting going on. 4 bros getting in a fight with BTOWN. It's a 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, equal.
Those 2 players are not going to get revived. Yeah, pretty even right there.
Yeah, but the split from the side of 4 bros is a little too far away, but still, as you said, it's going to be equal trades on both the sides. Bolty is making his way inside the houses to get the confirmation through. But again, 4 pros, as you can see, Laurie and Leon, they're slowly and steadily trying to crawl their way back to safety. But Brar, all the way on the top, we know Brar's a man not to mess around with from the side of BTOWN. So things should be taken a little bit more cautiously. But 4 pros, too, they have a great split going on. 2 of the players, they're split out pretty well. But at this point, might as well just count the 2 fallen men out.
Oh, yeah. We saw, I believe it was Russ trying to run down there. He instantly got tagged up. So those players are definitely not recoverable. Not a good start for either team, I would say. Going down to a 2-man, sure, you get 2 points, but man, Sanhok is all about having the manpower to fight your way into the late game. And just going down to 2 this early, I don't think they even have that many meds either. So med strat kind of out of the question, especially with so many teams landing on this island. Everything's probably already looted.
No, that's so true that you mentioned. Sanhok's all about having the manpower to just breach inside the next zones. And so far, both these teams, they've taken huge hits. 2 of the players taken out. Russ, too, is now going to go for the loot. And again, the question that I was going to ask you was the top 5 list that you currently have in your mind. Is Boring Protocols in there or no?
Yeah, okay. I haven't really given top 5. Okay. Off the top of my head, I'm taking a look at, okay, we got to throw the Knights in, for sure, right?
Yeah.
I think the Knights are a shoe-in. Nova, unless if they choke really hard for whatever reason. I mean, I did pick them, so maybe cast a curse, but I'm still feeling pretty confident. You know, Nova, definitely going to throw them in there. So Knights and Nova. Boring Protocol.
Panthers?
Somewhat of a question mark along with XSET, but looking at the rest of the list,
Lazarus.
I would throw them up there. Yeah, Lazarus. Lazarus, I feel... I don't know. Lazarus, I was feeling really confident, right, with them in the very first few weeks. But they've kind of teetered off also.
Yeah.
So they're kind of a question mark for me along with those other teams. But Panthers, XSET, Boring Protocol, Lazarus, Knights, Nova. I know I just named 6 teams and WallStreetBets. 7 teams. Out of those 7, I think we're going to see a mix of those in the top 5.
All right. All right. Well, we'll be able to find out. But for now, the fight between the players of 4Bros and BTOWN again continues. Bolty, the last man or the last hope alive for the side of BTOWN in this one. Then he's also tanking quite a lot of damage from the play zone. There we go. Master OP, a straight push. But again, 4Bros, they do get the light work done, but the problem is the damage is already being done onto themselves too. 2 players alive from their side. Polar Ace 2 is going to be another one of those teams that has 2 players up so far. Knights, on the other hand, again, trying to be as proactive as possible. Getting those positions for in their hands. Boring Protocols, though, with the prime positioning against the players of Knights. If they do get a little bit of glimmer of the players of Knights, Boring Protocol would definitely go for some shots.
What a beautiful scenic shot right there.
Yeah.
That car parked right on the shore side with the scenic backdrop.
Ooh.
Stunning.
Yeah.
So BTOWN, by the way, was the team that fought tooth and nail, right, to try and make it in. And they are now the first team eliminated. I also really love how 4Bros ended up pushing that, right? You're down to 2 members. Your most high percentage chance of securing more points is to take a 2v2 versus trying to edge your way into zone against players of like 3 or 4 or more, right? So kudos to 4Bros for going aggressive in that situation. As Polar Ace continually just getting punished by this XSET team. XSET now has 3 points, all of which they got on Polar Ace.
Oh, that's not a good thing for Polar Ace. This is not the start they really wanted. Mezexis so far looking pretty good too. Another one of those teams, and honestly, I feel like in this grand finals, we might just see a little bit of surprises too. I mean, you said Knights, Nova, those are one of those teams that will probably make it in, but I feel like there has to be at least one team that is not expected to be in the top 5, and they just make it. They just steamroll their way in.
I don't think so. Well, if you had to pick a team, hold that thought. Lazarus getting really tagged up. Oh, some body blocking coming out to try and save it. I love this teamwork. Xenox going back and forth, and that is teamwork right there. That's also just understanding and trusting in the fact that you will put your life at risk to revive a down player just because of how important each and every player is on the team.
That's true. Just understanding the value. Now we have the players of Lazarus in front of us. Again, it was one of those teams that tried to take out the last man of Nova, or the man who was just stuck out of the house. Gonna patch himself up. So far, Knights, they're looking pretty good. Nothing really to worry about. On the other hand, though, we do see Boring Protocol, too, just peppering down some bullets on the players of Knights. The position that Knights have, they're looking pretty good, but again, really comes down to the next hard shift that the zone's going to be taken. If it does shift away from the players of Knights, they already have a lot of eyes accumulated on them. That means Knights, it's going to be quite tough for them to make a rotation out of that spot.
They are pretty central, though, so they should be receiving somewhat of the zone. They are absolutely surrounded, though, and yeah, they will get the circle. They actually have an access way into the east side of the zone, too. they could go up that hill. They will take a few shots from the Lazarus team, but that is an easy rotation access way. So the Knights actually in a pretty good position as the circle shifts further or centralizes. We see the Nova team coming in from the blue zone with God knows how many first aids. But I want to ask you really quick, Necro, before we get into the next phase of the action. You mentioned one team that's unexpected you feel like will make that top 5. Which team would that be for you?
Oh, I think so. It's the Chosen.
Really? You think the Chosen will make top 5?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I would bet against that, and I am not a betting man.
Now, just because you bet against that, the odds are more with me.
All right, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, the Chosen.
We'll see.
Nothing against them. I just don't think they're ready. I don't think they're ready to clinch a top 5 position. Not in this finals. Not yet.
Let's see. I mean, HQA2 has to be one of those teams, right, that are still in contention for that top 5 because they've been looking phenomenal in the league
That is
stage.
true.
So, yeah, there's so many teams, honestly. The top 5, you have the Panthers, Knights, Nova, HQA, Lazarus. These are the best teams. And then you have teams like WallStreetBets coming into you, Mezexis as well, who are trying to breach their way in. So it's so tough, man. It's honestly so tough to just bring out the top 5. It's really tough.
HQA I would get behind more so than the Chosen, because I mean, credit to where it's due, right? HQA finished the Super Weekend in a very outstanding position. This is also one of those teams that I feel like, you know, has a lot of potential. I would put them online with like a WallStreetBets type of vibe, right? Like HQA and WallStreetBets, both teams really proved themselves in the Super Weekends, really showed their hunger. They might be, you know, quote unquote, a bit more inexperienced compared to the powerhouse teams, but they got what it takes. They got the hunger, they got the drive, and the results are there. So, yeah, one of those teams between HQA and WallStreetBets, I feel like, you know, they'll make it into that top 5, and we'll see one of the powerhouse teams.
Yeah.
In my opinion, like XSET, Boring Protocol. Between those two teams, I feel like one of them might not make it.
Might not. But again, Bob so far, they're looking really good. Again, they're kind of in the outskirts, are on the edge of the zone, and they'll probably try to edge their way in. Nova, too, they still haven't made their presence inside the next zone. They're rotating all the way from the right side, still tanking the damage from the blue zone. And if I'm not wrong, Nova, too, has to be one of those teams that's going for the Met strat, including Team Chosen. Look at them. They're taking so much time to rotate to make their way inside the next zone, and they will probably straight up collide against the players of Vamp and 19 Esports, but do want to find out how things are going to be looking like there. The circle again centralizes right on top of the players of WallStreetBets with the best compound currently in the game, with the prime positioning too. They're looking really good, but again, there can be a lot of casualties on their side too, as we do know the center of attraction.
I just want to point out very quickly, I think Boring Protocol made a terrible mistake with their rotations on this Sanhok map. They dropped Boot Camp. They should be where the Knights are. Knights dropped Painan even more south of Boot Camp, and the Knights, with their godly rotations, have somehow got ahead of Boring Protocol. The Knights are in a much more comfortable position. One of the Knights players did get knocked, but they should get revived. Here we see Nova going for a Hail Mary type of play, and well, I mean, 39 first aid kits on Koi. That's what I just noticed. So,
Oh my,
Nova,
okay.
does not
good.
matter. We know what their strategy is, but the points all going to XSET. XSET off to a very, very good start for this grand finals. 5 points in the bag already.
Already, yeah, and it's a team that's looking like they're out for blood so far. Look at the Chosen, just straight up trying to book it inside the next zone. How many first aids does each and every single player of the Chosen has? They're right behind the players of Boring Protocol. They're trying to tail them down too, but now this fight between Boring Protocol and Mezexis might just lead to Boring Protocol's demise, because again, we do know behind them is right the Chosen, and if they do want to go for a third party, they can. But if they do go for it, though, Boring Protocol will have an upper edge in this fight because they can just try to hold them off at bay and make sure they're not going to be able to breach through inside the next zone. Spec, again, quite out in the open, still trying to make it in. The Chosen, they still haven't really found themselves a great spot to rotate in from. They're quite unsettled.
Yeah, they're like trying to avoid fights right now still. They heard the gunshots, so now they're going the other way. It's 49 alive. Just do the math. Look at how small the circle is. Every side of the circle is probably filled. You're going to have to fight your way in eventually. Just pick your poison.
Koi still in the outskirts. As you said, 39 first aids on that man. Going for the med strat. HQA in front of us. Again, oh, that nade catches two of the players of Dope. A huge one, too, but the returning nade from the side of Dope's going to crawl quite next to Cross, but again, not close enough. Dope now down to a three-man squad, but again, there's only one last man alive, as Casper is going to be the last hope that Dope has so far. Casper would need to make sure he's being as safe as possible, avoiding all sort of eyes from the side of HQA in this one. Dope, three players are slowly and steadily trying to crawl into safety. Casper is still out of the blue zone, taking a lot of damage, and at this point in time, the zone's going to do a lot of damage, so you cannot really afford to stay out of it unless you're going for the med strat.
Circle does shift south right onto Boring Protocol and Mezexis. They're currently engaged in a fight down there on the southern end. The Knights have an easy access in, and we got a three-way fight, I think, shaping up in Paradise. The Panthers, TC, and XSET are going to be clashing for control of Paradise Resort.
They are. HQA is right there, too. Look at the Chosen. Yeah, as you said, the Panthers, the Chosen, they're going to be clashing against each other. And this fight has to be the closest one, too, to find out which one's going to be coming victorious. If this fight is taken in the Chosen's hand, then maybe things will be looking way different. But if the Chosen does want to go for the med strat, it's their right time to go for it. The door's now just blown away with bullets, and as now another nade's just going to straight up crawl inside. The Wall of Death, too, is going to deal some insane amount of damage. And what? You blink it and you miss it. The Panthers just wiping out the existence of the Chosen.
Oh, yeah. But three of them are knocked, and the blue zone is closing. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the reset on his players. Boring Protocol and Mezexis locked in the engagement on the south side. It looks like Boring Protocol did end up losing one player running into the Mezexis team, but they spaced away from each other. So it looks like they'll remain neighbors for now until the next circle shift. The Knights fighting their way in without much trouble. Coops is knocked, but he is looking safe to get revived. Polar Ace eliminated. 31 players still alive. Looks like coming into the finals, teams are definitely playing a little bit more passive and scared. XSET, though, up to 8 eliminations already. I guess this is why they were there. Reigning PMPL North American champions.
Yeah, and not just that, look at the next circle shift. It's right on top of the players of WallStreetBets. And currently, that's the only team that has the hard cover to play around with. WallStreetBets, man, the stars are aligned for them. There's no way they're going to be losing out on this game unless they just somehow mess things up in the final few zones. As we do have Mezexis, too, getting wiped out against the players of BOP. They took the odds and they've won against those. As BOP now, they're going to come out on top in that fight, and they're looking quite good, too. BOP as well is another one of those teams. So far, they're looking pretty out for blood. XSET, as you said, 8 eliminations already on their name, and the confidence on that team definitely has to look on Cloud9.
But the problem for BOP is the Knights are going to gatekeep them out here. I can't help but to mention once again, Boring Protocol should be in the Knights' position just based on where they dropped at the start of the match. They had priority over where the Knights ended up going to, but BOP just kind of sat around. Now the Knights are capitalizing huge off it. And I'm not too surprised the Knights are managing to pull this off. Kill switch goes down. The firepower out of the Knights looking in perfect shape and form right now. I feel like Knights are going to end up taking this game.
Yeah, they probably should. I mean, they've definitely got some eagle-eyed scoops, especially the way he's spotting out players and just mowing them down. Another one goes down. J7, the confirmation, too, will be right there as Killswitch still alive, but he's knocked out, though. So XSET, it's now their choice if they do want to go for the res or prioritize the next zone. And XSET, they will try to get Killswitch back upon his feet as the Wall of Death now will slowly and steadily start to move in 25 seconds. Knights, again, right on the edge. They still need to make it inside the next zone, and WallStreetBets currently, they're causing a lot of problem.
Yeah, WallStreetBets just spraying through that smoke, getting that damage in. Xenox tagged down very low. He will try and run to the next tree, but Polo G catches him on the side. A little bit preemptive there. Maybe if they had a few more spokes, if they even have any to throw, as the zone closes in. It looks like the Knights and XSET both have to move in, and they have their eyes set on each other. Coops gets another lock onto Polo G. Coops with the back and forth right now, looking so good. HQA trying to snake their way in, and Coops, another one. This man has really decided to turn up not just for the Super Weekends, but also for the finals.
That was a turnaround, too, if you did not notice. But WallStreetBets, the nade from the side of Stevo is going to catch 3 players from the side of Knights. Coops, too, goes down now, and it seems like Knights now, this might just be their demise. This might just be where Knights might just be wrapped up. Stevo slowly and steadily charging on forward, marching on in. Drago, too, is going to be right there. WallStreetBets wiping out the existence of Knights, and now we just have the top 5 teams up, probably which of which. Most of the teams are going for the Met strat. We do have Killswitch behind that rock. And I'm pretty sure at this point in time, Killswitch just doesn't really have a lot of meds, so he should be taken out by the play zone soon. There we go, the final first aid utilized. Killswitch wants to do as much as damage as possible before going out, but he should just stay behind this rock.
WallStreetBets. Talked about them at the beginning of this match. This is one of the teams that I love to see in that top 5 at the end of the grand finals. And sure, they got circle blessed. Won't put that, you know, I'll acknowledge that, but still, man. We've seen WallStreetBets make magic happen even when they don't get the circle. Sup, Pig? HQA will manage to get 1 point, and look at that, Nova. By the skin of their teeth, manages to clutch out that 2nd place finish. Like I said, Nova on all of the Sanhoks, they're pretty much guaranteed a top 3 finish, and they usually get that 2nd place, but WallStreetBets, a very strong, resounding start for this team. I think this team, being a little bit newer to the scene, winning that first chicken dinner, that's going to be huge for them. That is going to keep their confidence level high, whereas, you know, with inexperience, sometimes that confidence level might falter if you have a bad start, but that is absolutely huge for WallStreetBets. And of course, Coops, though, I mean, no big surprise there. Coops doing Coops things 24/7.
Oh boy, I'm not gonna lie though, WallStreetBets, they got served that previous game in just a silver platter. The zones were just shifting right on top of them. WallStreetBets was the only team with the best hard cover inside the entire zone. That was the only compound that was in. But yeah, that capitalization from the side of WallStreetBets, they realized the compound in the front of the Paradise Resort is pretty much clear. So you might as well just try and go ahead and get that in your hands. And that's what WallStreetBets did. And in the end, it just played out so well for them. The zone was just shifting right on top of them. But Coops, as you mentioned, a lot of damage put up, almost 1,000, and then 6 eliminations too. As you said, Coops doing Coops things. At this point, we're not even surprised.
Yeah, you know, we really need to see a new type of stat on the screen. I want to see an accuracy stats, because we say all the time, this man does not miss his shots, but statistically, I feel like his accuracy percentage is like leaps and bounds over other players. Like, it's gotta be. Maybe we'll see that someday. But before we go anywhere, we're going to head for a quick break as we continue into the grand finals of PMPL North America.
Okay, first question. First question is, would you rather get $100,000 now or $1 million in 5 years? Easy answer, $100,000 right now. Easy, easy. A dollar today is worth way more than $1 tomorrow. You don't know what it's going to be like in 5 years. I'm throwing it all on something, and I'm making something happen with it. Easy answer. Would you rather shave your head? That's not it. That's not it. Yep, it's the other one. Or have waist length hair. Yep, not shaving my head. Nope. This is not a head for baldness. No. Third one. Sorry, I all of a sudden just pictured me like, you know, like doing like Rapunzel and stuff, you know? I don't know why. That was horrible. Would you rather don't use salt or don't use sugar? Don't use sugar. No, wait. Yeah, don't use sugar, because like salt is the base of all flavor. Like, it has to be, like, even in a lot of pastries that you guys like probably eat, salt is in it. Yeah, I can live without sugar. I can live without sugar, but without salt, no way. All right, and the last one. Would you rather eat an unpeeled lemon or an unpeeled kiwi? I have actually done this before, okay? I would rather eat an unpeeled kiwi. I've done it. I grabbed it and it was just looking beautiful, and I just ate it and it was delicious, okay? As far as an unpeeled lemon goes, you know, like I actually do like grate it, you know, and throw it on some food. These are food questions, no, all day long. Yeah, just grating it and eating it, like that's fine, but it's just super bitter and I'm not really a huge fan. So yeah, unpeeled kiwi, just throw it down and let's kiwi it up, baby.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, I may have been talking about an unpilled Kiwi there, but guess who got all the fruit? Had to be none other than WallStreetBets. Pulled out the big chicken dinner. That is how you do it, everybody. Of course, I got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Welcome back, Seven. Welcome back, Glitter. I mean, it's almost like we're just good at our jobs right here, right? I mean, it couldn't have played out any better. The Nova heel strat, WallStreetBets popping off. I mean, this is what we've been waiting for, Seven.
Listen, some people say we don't know what we're doing. I say we definitely know what we're doing. We called out WallStreetBets saying that there's a chance that this team is going to be a spoiler for a lot of those teams. Guess what? They were. 8 Ilums out of that team and the chicken dinner, 23 points total. And then we were talking about XSET to the defending champions, hopefully showing up here on the finals. And guess what? They did show up with 16 points for themselves, helping Quit Addiction. A big surprise there. They are being a consistent team, a quiet team, but I'm loving it as they were able to get 5. And then, I mean, Knights. Look at Knights. 10 Ilums out of there, 14 points total. But you know what's impressive here? Nova decided to go with one of the strategies that I hate the most, but it definitely works in the game, the heal strat. 12 placement points, 0 Ilum points. But Nova, it worked for you, and Glitter, I'm pretty sure you're happy to see that.
I mean, we were watching it, and Nova, went out pretty early, but you heard even Spam was saying, Koi's somehow going to get second place off of this heal strat, and boom, it happens, okay? Nova does not have the strongest gun-related performances on Sanhok, but their heal-related performances are literally untouched by anybody else. And once again, it gets them some massive, massive points. And starting off the day, if this is your weakest map, if you can somehow get second place worth of points just from heal strats, I will call that a win, because they were in a rough position very, very early on, Seven.
You know what? I think it's time. I've been against it during league stage, during super weekends. Finals, I'll allow it. I'm with it. I'm with you guys. You guys have made me go to the dark side, but I want to go actually back to XSET. This team, they did not land with Boring Protocol in that boot camp. That's completely gone, and it was good to see that they have actually been practicing that, because it worked out so well for them. And then with Nova, they didn't have to worry about 4 bros, yet still they had to rely on that heal strat. So it's going to be interesting how these teams do end up adjusting to this. And I mean, by the way, WallStreetBets, you guys told us that it was up to you guys. You guys were bidding yourself. Well, guess what? Keep on doing this because it's working out. And let's go to the top damage, Glitter, because look at those numbers out of XSET and Knights for the first game.
This is huge. This is huge for XSET. I mean, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they put out more damage than the Knights, who had the most elims in this entire game. I mean, that's a huge performance for XSET. We were looking for them to do something that we knew was going to be a solid performance. They had, like we'd said, they started picking it up in that last super weekend, and now it looks like they are very, very solidly feet on the ground type status. HQA so quiet with that consistency. WallStreetBets, I mean, yes, guys. Like Jukes and Seven have both said, thank you for making us look like we know what we're doing up here, okay?
Well, that's how you do it, man. It's my man Steve-O making us all proud right there. I love how he said it, when he performed, even he performed well, he said it wasn't good enough. Well, Steve-O, that is good enough for me. That's how you get it started. Let's pull up their stats so we can take a little bit of a closer look at this team here. Seven, break it down.
By the way, this team, WallStreetBets, had one of the best matches. We saw that during top damage. Their conversion rate was exactly where you want it to be. You do see Steve-O, the man we've been hyping up, the man we've been talking about, putting up the most damage with the 3 Ilums, 24k, 2 with the 3 Nemesis with the 1 Ilum, and Drago, usually one of their better players, even though he didn't have an outstanding match. This is what we talk about when we talk about championship quality teams, Glitter. The other players need to be able to step it up, and these stats are a perfect example out of that.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you said that too, because it actually makes them even scarier if when Drago isn't performing, they're still doing this well. Then when he does have a good performance, they will be even a harder team to beat, as we can see the flyover here of those moments when WallStreetBets make the massive push onto Knights, who are up until that 0.7, were just decimating everybody around them.
Yeah, at this point, we thought, before that grenade, we thought, okay, Knights got this. And then the nade came, and the aggressiveness out of WallStreetBets too. I think they realized, they clicked it in their head, and they're like, okay, you know what? If there's ever a time that we're gonna go for this, we're gonna go for it. And something as well that happened there with Stevo. Stevo realized that Chico was gonna be on that side. He decided, you know what? I'm gonna go into the zone and flank you and surprise you, that we're able to do that. And that's why WallStreetBets came out with the win. But we also gotta give some props here tonight. I mean, when you, exactly, when you have Coops in your team, you're allowed, like Glitter was saying earlier, to have a day off, although Knight said, no, we're not gonna have a day off. We're actually gonna show up here. 991 damage out of Coops by himself, 6 Illims, and I'm impressed to see Tensa here being able to put up some numbers too. 238 damage with those 2 Illims alongside with Xenox. And Chico, hey man, it's okay that you didn't get any eliminations. I'm at least enjoying that you're keeping in the average there with the other players from your team in regards to Tensa and Xenox. In regards to that damage, that's good to see. Overall, I think this first game definitely set the tone. If you would have told me that WallStreetBets would have won the first game, I would have told you that you were crazy. I was thinking more of Knights. I was thinking more of Nova. So I'm beyond excited to see what's gonna happen in the later of today. This matches are about to be wild.
What could I say, Seven? You gotta believe. Steve-O said it. He said that, you know what? He believed himself that this squad could be a number 1 team. And that's how you start off. I mean, you do it by taking out what is considered the top squad in this tournament. Beautiful Nate, beautiful execution overall. That's what we love to see there from WallStreetBets. Now, 2 other teams that we got to talk about. It's got to be Nova and XSET, right? Our defending champions put up a pretty good performance there. And then, of course, Nova constantly with that heal strat, just performing, putting up big numbers. Glitter, look at these stats.
And we had to compare this because, first of all, obviously XSET had the more Elim heavy match. They had an incredibly strong performance right out of the gate for themselves. So you could see that when it comes to like the Elims and the damage comparison, nothing. Now, I know that it says that XSET is also winning in that heals department. However, for this particular match, I might disagree that the over 4,000 heals from Nova, that was the dub, okay? Because it got them the second place, the 22:49 average survival time. They just barely outlasted X. I mean, this is insane. And Koi, okay? Koi, the man with all of the heals in his pocket that took them from bottom of the lobby to the top. I mean, look at this. We had to do it. We had to show it because they got in a really rough spot. Koi just escaped from the fight knowing that he didn't stand a chance and does over 3,100 of the over 4,100 heals. That was all of Nova. That was Koi. All those thousands of heals, that was another placement point, another placement point. Like, what? I will take it, Jukes.
Just a direct line. That's it. No square, nothing. Just straight towards the heels. And it just freaks me out that we haven't seen other teams employ this strategy. I mean, because they have executed it to perfection. 12 points? Just for popping heals? That is insane right there. I mean, these guys have that heal strat down to perfection. Koi hitting that button right on time. So Seven, next match we got coming up here. WallStreetBets got the chicken dinner in the last one. Who do you want to see really pop off in this next one?
I would like to see Nova pop off, especially after that heal strat. I think we want to see some of the fragging power of Nova. We hyped out QC. I think it's time we finally see QC again. We didn't really get a chance to see much of him during Super Weekend 3. And I would like to see if it's going to be Sheepman, if it's going to be Rain. I would like to see a little bit more out of this squad and see which one they're actually going to be sticking to it and how they're going to be progressing with that, because they bring a different dynamic. When it's Rain in, it's a completely different than when it's Sheepman in. So I'm interested to see how they're going to be playing in these upcoming matches.
That's a good point. Glitter, do you agree?
I do. I agree with that, but I'm also sitting here thinking of how many times we had checked on the map performance stats for Miramar and how it was a little bit of a toss-up between Knights doing well. I mean, Nova had done well, so it should be interesting. We might see all of our top squads battling out again.
Hey, numbers don't lie, right? Well, let's go ahead and see if they're going to be true or false. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Glitter. We're going to get match number 2 going here. 1 is in the books. 5 more are left to go. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Of course, let's go ahead and bring in our casters here for this next match. It's Necro and Zute. Y'all have some fun in the sun, okay?
Well, we definitely will, man, and especially Borg Protocol. I mean, we've seen, man, I'm not going to lie, on Miramar, sometimes they're quite good. So I would say on Miramar, I would go with Bop. But again, Zoom, which team you think will win in this one?
I'm not going to pick winners right now. Instead, I'm just going to start throwing teams in the hot seat, right? I think with 18 games, it's a game-by-game basis where it's like the pressure is immediately on if you drop one game. And the team I'm looking at in particular, Lazarus. Lazarus, that last game, only managed to get 1 point. Now, this is a team that we were talking about. They're kind of a question mark because they started off so strong, so promising, but as all the Super Weekends went on, it kind of teetered off. Now, going into the Grand Finals, Lazarus, first match in, only 1 singular point. So Lazarus is the team I'm going to have to put in that hot seat right now. Boring Protocol, 4 points total. We touched on it. I think they made a huge rotational mistake on Sanhok. I mean, we say all the time, rotations don't matter much on Sanhok, but I only say that because it is so rigid. There is one set pathing rotation that you should do, and Boring Protocol simply did not do the right rotation. The Knights, who landed further south of them, somehow got in front of them in a decent position, and Boring Protocol just sat around too long, and they only managed 4 points. So Boring Protocol and Lazarus kind of in the hot seat right now for me.
I mean, again, that could have just been Bob like overthinking situations or second-guessing themselves. Somewhere down the line, I felt like the confidence was definitely low from that team. But hopefully in this game of Miramar, it's going to give them ample amount of time to just gather their thoughts. And now, just as we do know, it's a complete clean slate. So again, even if the first game wasn't that great for Bob, they can have a good start in the upcoming games too. As we did see the planned fly path all the way from Torre Amuda towards all the way down south. And now we do want, the circle though. We might just see an urban ending. Los Leones, you want to see that? You're down for that action?
It's too early in the day. It's too early in the day for me for Los. Too early into the grand finals to have something as crazy and wild as the Los Leones zone. But you're right, Los Leones is dead center of that for circle. I think on the next shift we'll have a pretty good idea of where it might go. But this southern circle in general, I think we maybe only saw once in the entirety of PMPL North America, maybe twice, where a zone went down this far south. So this is going to be unfamiliar territory for a lot of these teams when it comes to playing this exact zone in the PMPL with these teams involved.
And let me tell you, the team that really got screwed over, though, has to be XSET. I mean, they don't really like to drop all the way on Campo Militar, but they did because the plane fly path wasn't really favoring their drop location.
Yeah, I didn't even see them up
so that's like that's like a little bit of improvisation XSET did, but unfortunately, the zone just shifting all the way down south. XSET will have to rotate really long way. But again, they quite do have a lot of rotation pathways that can potentially be free as quick as possible. So XSET, man, I feel like when it comes to Miramar 2, we've seen, especially in week 1, XSET doing so good in the league stage on the map of Miramar, especially. Like, they've just been looking so clean in the rotations too. So XSET might as well be the potential team that we might just need to look out for in the map of Miramar.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be interesting for XSET. They've basically almost always dropped Monte Nevo. I've never seen them drop up in Campo Militar, but of course, you know, with that plane path, Monte Nevo would have been quite a stretch to get to, since that they want to drop early, loot early. Unfortunately for them, circle complete opposite, right, of where they drop. So that those rotations that you're talking about, we'll have to keep an eye out to see how XSET does. On the bright side, though, XSET starting off strong. I feel like this is one of those teams that have a huge type of momentum. I want to say benefit, but also issue at the same time. Because we see when XSET start doing bad, they usually start trending downwards slowly, right? They're a team that really needs that momentum. And for them to start off on Sanhok of all maps with a really good game, that's going to help them out a lot when it comes to the finals.
Hopefully it does, because again, as you said, 6 game each day. It just takes that one little moment for your team to just slip on that momentum, and you've seen that happen with XSET 2 in the past. And considering the fact that even I mentioned this, XSET, they're currently the defending champions in this entire tournament. And they do indeed have a lot of eyes on themselves. So XSET, they will need to live up to their name and prove indeed why were they the defending champions. Even if they're not really able to get the top spot, at least be somewhere in that top 3, you know, just be like, all right, we did not do that bad. We are still in contention. But again, the circle unfortunately shifting away from the players of XSET. They will have a little bit of problem, but considering the fact that BTOWN has already moved away from Lazarus, so they should have a clear pathway all the way from the right side of the map.
Yeah, I think BTOWN did a quick early rotation based on the zone, and with the knowledge of knowing they could just loot Porto Paraiso for free. So
yeah,
they might have started looting El Azahar, and then it's like, wait, zone's this far south down? If we need more loot, we could just rotate into Porto and continue looting. Now, back to the whole XSET thing. I want to touch on something real quick. I think I've been kind of generally labeled as an XSET doubter. All right, I'm on the social medias, I'm on the Twitter, and I wasn't directly called out, but I feel like I was subtweeted, and I'll own it. Okay, I am 100% an XSET doubter, and to tag onto that, they are the PMPL North America champions of last season, right?
Yeah.
Now, this isn't purely my opinion, because I saw someone else talk about this. I forgot who. It was a pro player from a very established, reputable, you know, team. They mentioned XSET got lucky in last PMPL North America. And, oh, holy okay, I thought Koi was about to get the second one onto Xenox. And, oh, the rest of the Nova team rotating in really quickly. And Koops goes down. Chico also, oh no, that was just Chico that went down. No, 2 of the Knights player are already knocked. This Nova team taking the fight. 2 Knights in a quick scrap battle, and it is definitely favoring the Nova side.
Well, that escalated pretty quickly, as we do have Xenox now just firing some shots in the front. Hopefully, maybe one of the players from Knights will just straight up walk into his crossfire. Koi's the man in the close, and he's quite hurt too. A little bit of bullets being caught from his side. That should be more than enough. But Knights so far, as we do know, Xenox is going to be the last man alive for them. And we've seen Xenox just pull off some insane clutches in the past too. So, yeah, this might be possible considering this is Xenox himself. But the nade from the side of Kindness now, it's going to take Xenox quite low, but still Xenox somehow wins that fight against all odds. And now Xenox will be able to patch himself up too. That knock that he found about him enough time. And now Xenox just inside that building. Look at Shifan trying to take
feeling it.
Too, but Shifan just making a huge rookie mistake. Shifan as well gets taken down, but unfortunately Shifan now Xenox does not have any sort of first aids available. What? Xenox takes out 3 players all by himself. He's on an absolute pop machine.
The 1v4. Oh, QZZ.
Oh, no.
If Xenox had a first aid kit, that was another 1v4 in the books for him. He is the only player to be able to successfully 1v4 the powerhouse squads. He's done it to 2 other teams already. He almost just did it to Nova. That is the Xenox effect. Daddy Xenox, this man, the only player that could do 1v4s, and he almost freaking did it. Sheesh.
I cannot even sheesh. That's how much I yelled in that one. Like, oh boy, I'm just not able to get that squeaky voice in. But yeah. Boy, I'm not gonna lie, what was that? I legit stood up from my chair. That was one of those things. I mean, I did not expect Xenox to pull that sort of a play against Nova. One of the teams was in the 2nd spot in the entire league stage, and they've been looking phenomenal doing so too. But oh boy, Xenox. Well, I feel like at this point, I was actually about to shift on over to the Panthers, and I wanted to talk a little bit about Panthers, but after that, man, we might as well just stick to Knights. I'm losing my words.
Oh yeah, let's just keep talking about Xenox. Right? Like Xenox, I know the Knights went out early. You know, the first team to go out, only 1 point, but I almost feel like this was a confidence boost. Just the 3 teammates to witness Xenox about to 1v4 Nova. That's like, yo, it don't matter. We got this. We got this. We got Xenox on our team, man. Like, we drop one game. Who cares? We got Xenox. And speaking about Xenox, yeah, that circle, yes, it did really just do that.
Yeah, felt like I was watching John Wick right there. Just cleaning out mobs of people. Imagine if he changes his name to John Wick in-game.
Yeah. Check out Xenox on YouTube. by the way. Check out all his socials. Xenox, PUBG, or Xenox, PUBG. Just search it all and follow that man, Xenox, man.
He deserves it,
He's a different breed. Like,
He is.
just insane.
I mean, Koops is there when his teammates are there, but Xenox, he himself can pull off plays like that. He doesn't even need his teammates. And I noticed something in that 1-on-3 again with Xenox, I mean, because he was only able to get 3 players down, but I witnessed something in that one. The way he repositions himself, it's so quick. The thought process in his brain, the way he's able to just nitpick the spots that he wants to be in and make sure the opponents are just left guessing. The way he just chooses those spots, the quick time that he really has in his brain. He does not really panic. Instead, he just does it so well. I don't know, man. It's so tough.
You know what it comes down to? It's his movement.
Yeah.
Like, since last year, right, when Xenox really started, like, showing up, one thing I noticed about Xenox is that no other player, not Koops, not QZ, not even, like, the star players of Order, Paraboy, nobody I have ever seen Xenox, like, match Xenox's mastery of movement. Like, he is able to move his character in such precise, quick fashions, like, to the pixel level degree. Like, that is what separates him and how he is able, he has like full complete mastery of every little pixel movement and aim mechanic, and that is why he can do these 1v4, whereas other players, their movement might be skewed or off just by a micro margin, and that will cost them. But Xenox, that guy is completely different. Best movement player in the whole world, hands down, no questions asked.
We might as well just say he has no waste movement. Like, everything he does is just well thought out. Or maybe at this point he doesn't even need a thing because he's just so good. Whatever he does, it automatically is perfect. So Xenox, valiant effort, man. Honestly, I feel like if he would have pulled off that clutch right there, that clip would have been trending all over the place, let's be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but now we have Borg Protocols and WallStreetBets against each other. Or, yeah, they're quite close, though, but still, BOP, they have a little bit of safe distance on their side, so nothing much to worry about. But BOP 2, they're going to be on a quick move. Do like the capitalization from the side of BOP 2, trying to be proactive as possible in this one.
So the circle has shifted very far south down. A quick update on where all the teams are positioned. We should see the mini-map come up on the screen as we head into the next circle shift. There we go. So XSET has made their rotation all the way down into the southeastern region. The Panthers just basically just holding on to the southern side, and we get a hard shift towards the west. Now this area of the map, very, very unfamiliar for many of the teams. This is going to be the first time for a lot of these teams playing in this area of the map under these circumstances. So we'll see how they do. And you mentioned Forbros. Yeah, Forbros gets a nice circle blessing shift to their side. Lazarus as well, one of the teams that I called out that's in the hot seat. This is a good one for them too.
Yeah, indeed it is, and now teams will have to figure stuff out on the fly. It's the Chosen against the players of WallStreetBets, and this time they're able to open the fray up too. Opa, eyes are trying, the cross is trying too, but WallStreetBets, they're not going to have that much amount of problem to get the fallen man back up. But again, it seems like they're also getting sandwiched from the back lines. It's 19 Esports that might just straight up decide to crash on in, and that's what they're doing. They want to take this fight against the players of WallStreetBets. SP just peppering down some shots in the front. 24K2 spots out one of the players of 19 Esports being way too out in the open, but unfortunately, while he's trying to take him down, he exposes himself a bit too much too, and WallStreetBets now, the tables are being turned around against them.
And WallStreetBets, they won the first match, but things are looking a little bit shaky right now. They're sandwiched between 19E and TC, not realizing another team would come up from behind them, so they lose 24K. Looks like they're going to go ahead and just rotate in and give up that fight in that position entirely. BTOWN pulling up next to the Panthers, and we do have XSET very close by monitoring this fight situation. We might see a third party come out. You see XSET on the southeastern side right there. Joey gets a knock onto Jimmy from BTOWN, so that's their off-angle support player taken down. Lazarus starting to gain more control of the situation. Or wait, Lazarus, that was a long distance third party. Hold on. I thought as the engagement comes out between BTOWN and the Panthers, it is a full committed fight, and here comes that third party I mentioned by XSET. Dope also close by. This might be a four-way team fight.
Oh, it might just be Jeff has already been taken down. Bolty, too, is trying to fight back, and oh, he turns around and slaps the man of the Panthers down. As Ayuya, too, is barely surviving on a sliver of health. He should be taken down as well, and that's what exactly happens. XSET, they're just flushing these players out like it's nothing. XSET doing such a great job. BTOWN now is going to be another one of those teams left to clean out, and XSET, they're just going to do some light work. All 4 players just marching on in like a pair of soldier, and it's not even going to be that much of a problem for them.
Here's round number 2 coming out. Dope pulling up, but unfortunately for them, XSET don't lose a single player, not even a player knocked. All of them pretty much in healthy amounts. XSET playing completely like a different team. This is not the XSET that we saw in the Super Weekends at all. This is an XSET that wants to reclaim their title as PMPL North America champions.
Yeah, what is this? I mean, as you said, we did not even see a little bit of this, a little bit of glimmer of this in the grand final. Maybe the week 1 we saw of an XSET try to get a nice head start for themselves, but after that, XSET, they were just on a down curve, and now look at XSET, just a complete another breed. They're winning these individual duels like it's nothing. Dope, too, they're straight up shook away from this compound. And Dope, they will have to respect XSET too, as XSET, they're just peppering down these shots, mowing down in the front, but no connections found so far. Dope, they're going to find a clear rotation out.
I love that rotation by Dope, though. That was pretty clean, precise, and quick. They didn't really straggle along too much, but that does not mean they're out of the danger zone yet, because the XSET's just going to come in right behind them and take that position away from Dope. Casper gets knocked right now, and he does not look like he's going to get revived anytime soon. The circle, by the way, yes, we are even further south. Once again, half of the zone is in the water.
It is, yeah. Not more than half, actually. It's like the 40% of the zone's on the land, and then the rest of the zone is just in the water. So yeah, the majority of the zone is currently in the water, so that means there's not going to be a lot of playing field for these teams. They will have to figure stuff out as quick as possible, and as I said, on the fly, they won't really have a lot of time to do so as well. Still 12 teams alive and 42 players in total. I'm pretty sure the next zone's not going to have that many amount of teams to be just secured in them, so there has to be some of the teams just getting ruled out now. And then we do have Mezexis too currently against the players of Dope. Dope is the only team that's quite close to them, as Menace is going to be the man in the front. They will indeed need to watch out from that. Polar Race spotting out the critical rotation from the side of the Chosen. Chosen, they're taking quite a lot of shots too. The vehicles now are going to be blown into. Azopa will be taken down as well.
The Chosen down to 2 players, 2 elimination points, and they're still not yet in the zone. It's not looking too great for them. XSET is making their move into the zone, but they're going in very spread out. Polo G pulling up to Mezexis and Dope by himself with Kill Switch and his duo on the other side on the northern end. It looks like Polo G did find himself a nice little nook to stay alive in. So XSET doing a 2-1 split. This might work out. Lazarus, meanwhile, is just getting free shots onto like everybody surrounding them in a 360 fashion.
Lazarus too, hopefully they're not going to just tunnel vision on one team. They're looking out for themselves from all the different directions, as we do have the Chosen now making a rotation out of that spot. And the first Frost indeed, at this point in time, every single just rotation area that he wants to go towards is seal packed with teams. It's going to be difficult indeed for First Frost to figure stuff out, as we do have Polar Race now against the players of XSET. Just spamming through the smoke. J7 in the front too. Look at Trey on his way, and there we go. We'll find J7 instantly taken down. He did not really expect Trey to be there, and instantly J7 goes down. XSET now how the table turned.
XSET now just down to 1. I thought XSET was good. I thought they would just take Dope's position, especially since they like damaged them so much, and now Polo G goes down. XSET making a little bit of a slip up there, but not too terrible of a game for them. Polar Ace looking good with 7 eliminations and 3 players up. They got the high ground somewhat to their control. Lazarus, well, Lazarus are just sitting untouched in the zone. Once again, going towards the water. That should be illegal.
Yeah, this is just way too tough now. Teams will have to play that coastline First Frost is all the way in the water, swimming his way inside the next zone. This is interesting. I do want to find out how long First Frost will be able to stay alive. Nova going for the res onto the fallen men, QZZ and Koi. That shouldn't be that tough. Kindness instantly in the front too. Try to watch out from the rest of the squads in the front as Polar Ace against the players of Dope. And Menace this time will cut off another lifeline from the side of Polar Ace as Kiyoshi falls down. And now it's all down to the 2 players of Dope and the last man alive from the side of Polar Ace. If he wants to get the confirmation, he can try to get it on Trey. Salta is all the way in the back. And at this point, the call should be made too that try and play for the life and try and play for the position. And that's what Salt should be going for.
This Polar Ace team doing their best right now, but Dope is just too resilient down there on that southern side. They managed to withstand a barrage of bullets and teams going at them. It's just down to Menace now. He will confirm that knock he got earlier. Flash is knocked, so it's Menace the lone survivor. Looks like he's looking for some loot, maybe some first aids, or he's just getting himself a more advantageous position. Nova get taken out by HQA on that northern side, and we're down to 7 teams. Many of the teams, though, just solo players at this point, and only Lazarus has a 4-man team, and Lazarus has the best position on the map, in my opinion.
Oh, look at Menace just cooking it inside the next zone straight up as Fierce is now going to be against Salt. And if Salt does win this, that's not going to be really good for Lazarus indeed, as Lazarus do have the next zone. And there we go. Fierce a little bit separated out, instantly taken out too. A great capitalization from the side of Salt. He takes that engagement as well, as Flash is still knocked out. And if Salt does get this confirmation on his hands, that will be a free elimination point on his hands as well, as Salt does steal it away. So there we go. That's 1 elimination point added. And now Lazarus, 3 players, the 3 players have a great cover to play around too, all the way in the edges. And if they do keep on playing on that high ground, that will be the best one to play. But you also need to consider 4 pros in because they still have 3 players up.
HQA close by also with 3. Polar Ace right now up to 10 eliminations. This team really doing a good job fighting their way in. And Supig, he's just playing with fire, I guess. I don't know. I guess he didn't really have much cover to work with, so he was just hoping Joey wouldn't hit those shots. But yeah, he just kind of ate it right there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he got taken down. Cross instantly moves on forward. I feel like he should have tried to move over on the position that Cross is currently in. But again, 3 players from the side of 4 pros might just cause a lot of problem for HQA as Cross now in the clotheslines. Leon goes for the fight too and instantly takes him out of the game. Leon, though, doesn't know if HQA has another players in the front. He will be able to find out soon enough, as G-Bank's quite separated out. 4 pros so far, they're looking quite great. Purge will spot out Leon, but again, he's out of harm's way for now.
Yeah, Purge shooting at maybe a helmet left on the ground right there, thinking it's an actual player's head. I think he realized that it's not a player. So the zone shifted a bit more further south, meaning
He drowned.
Lazarus has to move out of their compound just a little bit, maybe into the firing lines of 4 bros. Salt is still up as a solo, and I don't really even know what the layout of this area of the map looks like. So I can't even tell. Okay, here we go. So Salt in a very precarious situation. I would imagine he's just trying to lay low next to that buggy and hope he doesn't get sniffed out. 4 bros looking pretty good, though, controlling all of the angles from the low ground. 4 bros might end up taking this match. I think it's between 4 bros or Lazarus at this point. Circle slowly, starting to close in here. 4 bros taking massive shots with their smokes, and it does connect. HQA goes out. So now we're down to the top 4. TC, First Frost, all the way in the water, just swimming his way in. So it kind of just comes down to 4 bros and the Lazarus team. Salt might spoil this for the Lazarus side, though. I don't think Lazarus is aware. They see that smoke down there, so they have a faint idea. But right now, they are focused on the bigger threat. The bigger threat being the 3-man team of 4 bros. And First Frost, the water's still in the zone. He might be able to just swim and stay in the water and go completely unnoticed until these 2 juggernaut teams of Lazarus and 4 bros finish out the fight. 4 bros take the first casualty. Lazarus getting the opening here. If they have any grenades, they might be able to nade down where they got that knock, but it looks like they're trying to flush out the last player of Polar Ace. Salt, I think, made some movement, so his position might be known now to the Lazarus team. We see Lazarus low tossing some grenades down that way. Definitely feeling a little bit paranoid about what's right below them. Zone shifts further to the south. Lazarus, once again, has to move in. This high ground ridge of theirs, not in the zone. Four Bros also not in the zone. Joey, was he able to spot out Salt? We saw Joey looking down that way. But that angle's so steep that they might not even spot him out. No, more grenades still coming in. They definitely know Salt is here. But Joey, over-peaking just a little bit to deal with Salt, ends up getting knocked by Four Bros. Zone closes in exactly 10 seconds time. Does Purge have the time to go for this revive? He hasn't stuck the revive yet.
Oh, this is tense.
Yeah. I mean, welcome to a crazy ending in a crazy zone span.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm like, I can't believe that Salt is just staying alive as close to the rock as possible. This zone is in the middle of nowhere, though, compared to everybody else. Four Bros, honestly, I feel like they're basically going to be the gatekeepers here on their little ridge. This is kind of the end, and I think First Frost realized that too. Oh man, Kazeki does save him, though, at least.
I don't think that was a play. He honestly could have snaked his way on land. I know he has no cover wide in the open, but there was no way he's going to get a knock on Thirst shooting like that. Like, neither team was fully engaged with each other. If it was an all-out engagement between both teams, yeah, maybe take that chance. As Joey does get revived once again, and they take out the player. And they also got an elimination onto Four Bros, so now it's a 3v2 situation. It's looking pretty good for the Lazarus side, but it could still swing in favor of Four Bros.
I mean, Four Bros, they still have a good amount of people. I mean, they have the better spot, right? But they do have one less person. Russ really needs to get this knock here, though, and it looks like he will be able to. Kazeki actually going down here. His teammate now being the one to peek the road. Have to be careful with the amount of health that they have, but wait a second.
1v1.
Able to get another one. Yeah, Joey's the last one left. He's pushing. Okay, what? Wait. Okay, well, Joey wins that for Lazarus there in the end. I did not expect that whatsoever. Two members of Four Bros back-to-back on that little ridge there. I guess they lined up perfectly for Joey to actually make that push into the smoke.
Yeah, it was a 3v2 in favor of Lazarus, and they just got their trade in, and Lazarus ends up taking that. I was saying earlier, I was putting Lazarus in the hot seat. They started off the first match with only 1 point. One of the teams that we are kind of looking at to make that top 5, given their experience together and how they've performed, well, they brought it back. They get the chicken on Miramar, and they get it with a good amount of eliminations and probably on one of the craziest Miramar circles we have seen to date. And of course, Joey. I remember last year, this guy made a tweet that got everybody clown on him. Something along the lines of fine-tuning my gun skill. And last season, didn't do too great, got clowned on, but he stuck through it. He didn't listen to the haters. He focused on fine-tuning his gun skills, and I think it is pretty fine-tuned. 8 eliminations and 1,095 damage. Between Joey and Fears, I think these two players for Lazarus are, you know, the powerhouse behind the team. If it's not Joey, it's Fears. But this time around, Joey definitely clutched through. And they, well, I mean, you saw what he did. He secured that chicken dinner for the team.
2 of those 8 kills are the last 2 kills on the Four Bros there. So yeah, that was huge for Joey to be able to do that. I'm actually surprised he knew, there's no way I'm gonna win this unless I just push the smoke and try to get both of them down at that point. The person in the back for Four Bros, can't remember which one it exactly was, but he was so low HP that push from Joey, I mean, that was just huge. Got them chicken dinner, got them some more points, and that is also important right now where the points have reset. Let's go ahead, jump into a break though, where our analysts will be able to break that down a little bit more afterwards.
Erangel. The fictional island, brewed around the Cold War era, has become a second home for all the survivors who have stepped on the battlegrounds. Erangel is synonymous to PUBG Mobile, and it's the oldest and most played map of the game. This 8x8 map features a uniquely familiar landscape, including everything from lush rolling hills, rocky mountains, farmlands to urban sprawls and industrial outposts. And it is this variety, in terms of competitiveness, versatility and flexibility, that makes it so much fun to play. From the dense urban areas of Georgopol, Yasnaya Polyana and Pachinki, to the more spread out points of interest, such as Severny, Milta and Ferry Pier. The map loves to throw you off the game with sudden zone shifts and unpredictable circles. This slow yet tense gameplay throughout the match makes it a heaven for the fans of the original Battleground experience.
CQC, it is Xenox, one of the best CQC players in the game, secures the point. He's an MVP, he's going, he's hungry, and he gets the squad wipe! And he gets the squad wipe!
The isolated military base to the south of the map is a challenge in itself, with only 2 bridges to and from the location. While swimming and boats may seem like natural options, they can also be incredibly risky, and teams are likely to be sitting ducks while in the water. Although the central part of the map is a comfortable landing point, areas like Skul, Rozhok and Pachinki can get extremely crowded, offering both positioning and loot. Most locations are connected by a vast road network, and the farmlands and plains are easily traversable if you have the right vehicles. Thus, traveling around the map is a smooth experience, and picking fights becomes much easier. With lots of cover for players to use, mid-range fights and urban warfare is quite common. Slamming into enemy compounds using vehicles is the bread and butter of competitive gameplay. Erangel also supports a diverse set of buildings, and the correct parkour skills can be used to outsmart and outmaneuver the enemies. In simple words, mastering Erangel is mastering PUBG Mobile in itself, because this map offers the best of all worlds.
Miramar is in the books, and it was just as hot as we all expected. And of course, if you want to cool down from all of that, we got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Let's go ahead and bring Seven and Glitter back in on this one. The Knights ended up going out first. What a crazy battle with them and Nova. We saw a beautiful finish at the end. Lazarus, Joey, the legend himself, finishing it off and getting it done as we pull out the match ranking here, Glitter.
There's a lot to talk about today, okay? I mean, every single match, something new is happening. First of all, Lazarus, like you said, 11 elims for that chicken dinner. Polar Ace, I mean, talk about a comeback. We didn't even get a chance to touch on them. They were on the second page after that first match, and now they get 10 elims with the 10 placement points for a 20-point game. That has got to feel good. But 4 Bros found themselves in second place. I mean, HQA, you said it last time, Seven, quietly consistent. It's been their MO this entire season, making sure they're always putting themselves in a spot where they're getting a decent amount of points. And, okay, yeah, Dope, Chosen, you're up here, but I'm straight down to Nova. 8 elims. Next to no placement points, and we will talk about how some of those elims were acquired a little bit later on, because I don't think that was how we saw this map necessarily going, Seven.
Yeah, and as you said, you know what? Nova Knights, we will talk about that in a little bit, because boy, that was a nail biter. WallStreetBets, after that amazing performance that they had on the first Sanhok, only being able to follow it up there with just 3 points, and this is one of the concerns I was having with WallStreetBets, that them not being able to just follow up with those good performances. Hopefully they will switch it around on the upcoming next match. And then BTOWN, 2 points there, 19 Esports, 3 points too, and then we go down the list. Boring Protocol. This is actually a big surprise. We're hyping up Boring Protocol. We're talking about Spec and Samel and how those 2 players have been performing. By the way, yes, there is that fight. Don't worry. We will be breaking it down later on, so I'm just going to act like it's not even there. But going back to Boring Protocol, only being able to get 1 point, and that point being in regards to elims, is a little bit concerning to me, Glitter.
Yeah, it's not great, especially when we know that when Boring Protocol is performing well, they are capable of some really, really strong games. So this is not what we wanted. And we had, you know, kind of talked about at the beginning of the show, how many games can a team really throw until they put themselves outside of that top 5 contention. And only due to the inconsistency that we've seen out of Boring Protocol so far this season. I don't think they can afford an entire day. So hopefully halfway through the day, they're able to kind of turn that around. And then on the flip side of that, we got Polar Ace was like the instant turnaround where they had a terrible first match and they completely changed it up here in the second one and had a very, very strong performance.
Yeah, you mentioned it. 10 placement points, 10 Ilum points. Like, these are the kind of numbers that are gonna... If you're able to get this at least every other match, this is going to keep you within striking distance for the final day. And that's pretty much what I'm going to be looking an eye on. Who's being consistent? Who's going to be that helping quit addiction, that HUA team that just quietly but surely, the consistency just outperforms everybody else? And who's also going to have those kind of pop-off performances? We saw here at 4Bros for them, even though they didn't get the chicken winner and Joey was able to clutch it up there for Lazarus, still a good performance for them as we do go to the top damage. No surprise there, Lazarus with 11 Ilums, 2100 damage, but Polar Ace, we've been talking about it, 1900 damage with those 10 Ilums are big time. Nova Esports 2, 8 Ilums, 1600 damage, and I'm actually gonna go down the list a little bit more because we do have an appearance from XSET, 853 damage with the 4 Ilums too. And if we go down that list, the previous winners, as I was saying, WallStreetBets, just not being able to follow it up. But hey, you know what? A point is a point, WallStreetBets. So I'm gonna give it to you right now. 1 point from the Ilum there.
Beautifully done. I mean, well, it's kind of like we're seeing like a little bit of a switch here, right? WallStreetBets going off in the last match and then not doing too good here. Polar Ace, you know, having a terrible first match and then having a good one here. So a little bit of a yo-yo action here. So I think we've seen so far, 7. You know, Glitter, we had seen some of the top players here. Joey at the end absolutely popped off. What do you think about Joey's performance?
You know, I said this while we were watching this final fight go down. We saw Joey pop up with those 8 Elims on the round report as well. Over 1K. I mean, I'm just going to give him 1100 damage essentially for that game. And this is why we have seen Joey constantly popping up every time we took a look at like those top 10 players for a super weekend or even for a league play. Joey would always sneak his way in there. He is just so consistent and has been all season for Lazarus, so you know that has to feel good. But then also Salt making an appearance up here for Polar Ace after their strong performance. 6 out of those 10 Elims onto Salt, so that is huge for Polar Ace. And then of course Kiseki making an appearance up here as well, which just shows how well Lazarus did in this round, and Lazarus was one of our top squads coming into today.
Makes me so happy to see Joey just pop off once again. Back in the day on his Twitter feed, you know, he had posted that he was going to have a good performance in a tournament in the past and didn't do too well, and he kind of got a little memed on, but afterwards, I mean, he has just really just came and popped off here again. So the man is by far one of the top players we're going to see here in the PMPL, making some good performances. Now, speaking of good performances, right? Polar Ace, I was talking about it a little bit earlier. In the first match, I mean, they put up a goose egg, 0 points. So the second match, they got 20 total points right there. So, I mean, yeah, let's look at the difference in performances here, Glitter.
I don't think I realized that they only had 85 damage in the first match. Oh my, okay, 85 to almost 2K damage, and then 0 to 10 Elims, 0 to 6 assists. And this is why we wanted to just highlight this a little bit more, because the ability to turn your performance around, to not get in your head, to keep your mental straight, like when you have a really awful performance and then instantly go into this type of performance, that is the mark of a good team, because they're not letting that stuff kind of throw them off and they're just bouncing back stronger than ever. And this is what Polar Ace needs to do, because you know that they're in top 8 contention easily, but they're going to have to fight really, really hard to get into that top 5.
Wow. I mean, that was a major performance there for Polar Ace, and one that they needed, because we're in the finals now. Not so many points you have, not many games you have to be able to make up for. So it's good to see they did it immediately. Okay, guys, we're going to get into the next match here really soon. So before we do that, I got to ask your predictions, all right? We're going into match number 3. We know the leaderboards have been shifting all over the place, and we'll hopefully get to them a little bit later. But 7, you know, who do you expect to see in this next match really start, you know, getting and putting some work?
You know, I called out Nova in the last one. They were able to put up those Elims. I think for this one, I want to see Helping Quit Addiction get a win. Consistent the first 2 matches. So I'm going to throw just an absolute curveball. HQA, show me what you got.
Wow, Glitter, what about you?
I'm not mad at it. I don't necessarily think they're going to get the win, but I'd actually like to see a bounce back out of Boring Protocol. That's what I'm keeping my eyes on.
Wow. Well, I mean, I think that's great. We just saw the overall leaderboards there scrolling on the bottom. You know, Lazarus up on top so far, HQA at second. We're going to find out who's going to shake up the leaderboards in this next match. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Glitter. We're going to go ahead and bring in our casters here for the next one. Match number 3 out of 6. Go get your popcorn ready, get your Monster Energy, and we're going to get on into this. It's Span Cargo and Zute. Guys, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Jukes. I'm really excited about this one. We're about to be going into the 3rd match, and it's on Erangel. So, Zute, who do you think is going to go on ahead and take the win this time?
Well, last game I called out a team that, is in the hot seat because they didn't do too well the game before. It was Lazarus. Called them out. They ended up winning the match. Now, this time around, to follow that trend, Boring Protocol. We saw the desk mention them very briefly right there towards the end. Yeah, Boring Protocol. They're now one of the top teams that we are expecting to make that top 5, now sitting in hot seat. They only have, double checking real quick, they only have 5 points so far after 2 games. So maybe this is their map to get that chicken and bounce right back up towards the top.
Ooh, well, we're gonna have to wait and see. It does look like they will be able to reach their spot in this map, but might not be the same for a lot of other teams. This is a very northern plane pass starting right over Lipovka and ending in North Georgopol, actually. So anybody who's gonna want to be going down further in the map, they're gonna have a long ways to go. Of course, Pachinki, I mean, maybe a little bit of a stretch actually now that I kind of think about it, but is doable.
Definitely doable. I mean, this is Erangel after all. Everybody should be able to get to where they want to with no problems. Very northern plane path like you mentioned. But coming into game number 3, right, we usually start off on Erangel. This is the map where teams kind of feel things out and warm up, at least for the start of the day, right? But instead, we switched up. We started on Sanhok, and then we moved to Miramar, which, by the way, that Miramar game, with the way the zones played out, like, that was not a standard Miramar game by any means. Now finally coming into Erangel, how do you think these teams are feeling? Like, this is not your typical first game of the day, Erangel. We're 3 games in already.
Well, I guess there's... Oh. Well, with that zone shift, maybe I should rethink my answer. I was going to say maybe they're feeling a tiny bit more relaxed, potentially, not having to go just right out of the gate aggressive on Sanhok or figuring out those super southern zone shifts for Miramar. Every time it goes down to the south down there, it's exciting, by the way. But in this one, I was going to say maybe the game will finally be nice to them, Like maybe the format, maybe the game would be nice. And this circle shift is kind of like a slap in the face. It was like, oh, you had to start off on Sanhok and Miramar? Oh, well, here you go. Here's an island circle for you.
Yeah, welcome to the grand finals where we give nobody any breaks. Just right out the gate, just difficulty upon difficulty. You see Nova, they drop for vehicles. They're not even gonna do the regular split drop or their split loot. It looks like they're gonna just drive straight on to Military Base Island instead because, well, better get across quick now versus later. It could still potentially shift off Military Base. It's not 100% Military Base just yet, as we see the 4Bros team trying to sneak their way onto this dope player. But yeah, he knows. He's making a run for it. He is running away, and Leon! Leon was so focused on the enemy being in the building, he didn't spot him out in time, and Menace gets shot up quite a bit, but all he's got is an Uzi, and then someone's shooting a shotgun. So I don't think the shotgun's got the range for that.
Maybe he's picturing that it's a car 9 in his hand or something, Like, don't worry, I'll hit these shots, guys. That was actually really close. Like, Casper, he pulled up to Menace once and they missed or something, getting on that vehicle. Yeah, for a second there, I was like, oh, well, now it's over. Like, Casper's driving away. But, they actually both lived with a half HP. That's kind of impressive, I'm not gonna lie. We're also taking a look at a bridge there where Mezexis already crossed XSET is standing right in front of. Looks like we did get our first little bit of action. I was thinking like there'd have to be like a little bit of an altercation with that zone, with that plane path, but otherwise it's actually surprisingly pretty calm.
It is Erangel after all. There's a lot of drop locations for vehicles, no matter how the plane path is, to get to where you want to go to. Four Bros and Dope, you know, they had a potential scuffle there, but that vehicle came in handy and they disengaged right there. Four Bros, by the way, I don't think they found a vehicle yet because they do not have much to loot and they're just all kind of stuck together. Polar Ace already making a very fast rotation. They do not want to get caught on the tail end of a military base circle. So they're going to start rotating right out the gates. We're only 4.5 minutes in. This player has no first aid kits, Kiyoshi.
Yeah.
He does not care. He just wants to get to military base before the bridges get camped. No vest on Chronix. Yeah, they definitely need to get a move on and maybe find some more loot once they get there.
I was gonna say that. I mean, arguably, like, if you think that the way that you play best, right, is to get into zone just a tiny bit earlier, there's for sure gonna be a huge opportunities to loot a little bit further to the south, especially because of that plane path. Like, this is such a safe rotation if you really think about it, because the earlier they leave, the less people up from the northern side that are gonna be down there. So they left when they did. They're actually pretty split, in kind of like a big 2-2 split, driving right by Four Bro. So the hope kind of is that Polar Ace isn't going to be kind of ripped apart in a fight like that. But honestly, we were just talking about that this is, you know, finals. This is where we're finally seeing all the hard stuff. And I'm kind of happy about that, I'm not going to lie. I mean, these guys made it to finals, so I'm glad that a bunch of difficult stuff is being thrown at them, because at this point, this is where we want to see those difficulties come into play, because that is what creates the interest of, oh, look, we made it to finals, now to play our absolute best. And it looks like at least one of Polar Ace's members is in fact going to be taken down. Not by the team I expected though, but they did have a huge 2-2 split in this rotation. I'm not surprised at least one member of Polar Ace got taken down.
Yeah, man. Spec of all players on Bop got the first initial elimination for the team. That's always a good sign. When Spec is looking good, Bop is looking good. So this might be the game for them. Called them out, put them in the hot seat. Starting off with one elimination. All right, let's see what else they got, as many teams still continuing to rotate downwards to prep for a potential military base zone. It looks like Boring Protocol might be going hunting for one of the players. Yeah, they noticed the buggy, right, is shot out and it is abandoned. That means the player Polar Ace can't be too far. And of course they send Spec to hunt this player down. Spec looking around, not able to find anything. He is gonna probably group back up with the team. Looks like, no, it looks like they're gonna continue to look for this player. I'm a little bit worried though. Boring Protocol might be a little bit tunnel vision or getting distracted as more teams are rotating and making their way down towards that bridge side.
Yeah, Forbro's kind of jumping in front of him at that point. I guess he was waiting to make sure that he at least had a teammate with him or something before driving around in that field a little bit more, because if anything, you're just going to spot out. If a solo was laying prone in that field, like, there is a possibility of being shot out of the vehicle, right? So I guess they wanted to be a little bit more on the safe side, didn't decide to crash into the compound, because that's really the only other place to be. And they're just going to pile back up, probably because they want to actually fight this instead. Yeah, getting a nice knock on a Master OP here. We can actually see Spec getting the flush on assault in that replay right there. And we're going to see if they get in even more fights now that Four Bros and Polar Ace still in front of them.
Nothing better than having two Boring Protocol screens on your screens of them getting eliminations. Up to two now. Acer with one, Spec with one. I mean, this is all fine and dandy, but they're not on military base. And if the circle goes down there, Boring Protocol has a big challenge ahead of them that they're going to need to be able to navigate. So we'll see where this circle shifts before we start celebrating for Boring Protocol. But they have only 2 eliminations so far in the entire lobby. 2 points to themselves, 62 alive.
That's actually very, very true. I didn't notice that just yet. Oh my goodness, wait a second. Somebody pulling out the glider as well. Looks like SB wanted to get a little bit of information for his team or something here using that. Unfortunately, does crash in the center of the field. Carnage almost went for that aggressive play. That would have been huge, but luckily SB's teammate is there to swoop him up, which, taking a look at how many people are making a rotation right into that field, they're gonna need to have those getaway vehicles.
Oh, yikes. This is so ugly. Just look at where all the teams are positioned.
Oh my gosh.
It is not pretty. There's a pretty much a chokehold on the east side and a huge chokehold on the west side. Teams, this is looking to shape up to be a very ugly game of Erangel. Not standard whatsoever. Circle shifts over to that eastern side. What will Boring Protocol do in this situation, though? That's a big question, as they're the team that needs to catch up the most, like one of the, powerhouse teams that need to catch up in points. But we got a fight between BTOWN right now and the Panthers. It's 4v4 engagement.
I like that util starting it off, trying to get at least a cheeky little knock before being aggressive, potentially pushing on in. I'm a little curious now if they think that they could potentially disengage. The zone has now popped. Do they want to leave, or do they want to try and get these eliminations? Zute, at this point, right when you see the zone shift, there is a point, where you're like, okay, do we continue to try to play the game and get these placement points, or do we try to get the kill points? This is very early on in the game, but do you think BTOWN is already thinking of those possibilities?
Yeah, potentially. Like, this zone is so difficult, and, well, they get the opening right there. It's a trade, though. I think it's a 1-for-1 trade, as one of BTOWN is down. Wait, Dope also involved. BTOWN, Dope, and Vamp all on that western side. Oh, things just, I can't even keep track. What, just the Panthers down to one player now? Okay, not good. Vamp coming in. Dope trying to leave. Dope going for a boat. Fishy trying to be a fish and maybe go for the water. Vamp going for the boat too. Rage gets knocked by Fishy though and will get confirmed. What has happened? Oh man.
He's closer to the water, he's stronger.
I said this was going to be messy, Span, but this is, oh wait, what? Hold on, wait, what? Hello.
Bennis trying to go for a play there, but Benny shutting that down. Oh, but Flash is there.
This is all over the place.
This
is more chaotic. This is more chaotic than Sanhok. Oh my gosh. And now, oh wait, what is this? Third party by BTOWN? Yeah. Oh man. Oh, by the way, I'm looking at the mini-map. Mayo from Vamp, right, is in a boat, like, on his way to military base right now.
Solo game now. He's out of here. I mean, you saw it once he was just stuck there. The huge push coming through from BTOWN. Like, there's just no way. There's no way that he was going to be able to stay and pick up one of his teammates. He's like, see, guys, I'll carry on the legacy. I'll carry our flag, try and plant it at least into this next zone. Who even knows if we'll be able to get further in this situation. But I don't know. Right when this plane path appeared and this circle appeared, I'm like, this game is gonna be interesting. Fishy at least denying the point on that one. Super low. It's taken so low from BTOWN. It's gonna come down to, I guess, who's gonna be able to pick up these points, because there's so many people in this play zone. So many people are being damaged. There's gonna be a lot of deaths just to the blue.
Okay, we got another three-way fight. Oh my god. The four bros camping the bridge, four bros getting caught, getting distracted, Boring Protocol coming in, getting a side knock onto that player. Boring Protocol down to just 5 eliminations though. So in this crazy mess of a circle, at least they're picking up some elimination points, and Carnage might get another one, tags one bullet in, not able to get the knock. The zone has shifted in a very ugly manner as well. It shifted more towards the east, but the entire bridge is in the new zone. So, Jesus, man, like, welcome to PMPL North America Grand Finals, where your 3 weeks of super weekends and league play will not prepare you at all for the circles we have coming up. It's like studying for an exam, right? And on the day of the exam, the professor just puts questions on there that he never talked about.
Never taught. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what it feels like right now. Because I don't even know what to make of this. And I've been casting this for 3 weeks.
Very true. And not gonna lie, even this last match, like sitting in the green room, we were all just chatting, the analysts and I, and they said, like, right when it popped down to the southern side on Miramar, they were like, watch, it's gonna go into the water. And of course it didn't. Kind of got close, got on a big open road instead. But now I definitely feel like this game is kind of coming and biting us because, hey, look, it's definitely favoring the water, definitely favoring that military island, right on top of the bridge. I don't even know where this next one could go in a head and shift. All I know is that XSET and Mezexis getting there this early, like, they're clearly just thriving because of it. Nova, actually, they had been on here for the longest time as well, and I'm actually surprised to see them all the way out here kind of greeting Leon from 4Bros on the western side. I guess they're trying to pick up these eliminations that they know are going to be making this rotation eventually.
Yeah, I think Nova wanted, you know, that priority position in those zones, but realized it was already taken, so they do the next best option. Don't go for that priority position and just camp out all the teams that are coming in battered and beaten from the Blues. So they're going to prioritize on that, get a few points. And this, by the way, I mean, you see the zone on your screen. WallStreetBets is just trying to get into that little pocket of land that is in the next zone, because that is how desperate things are for these teams, because that bridge is not a pretty area. You got the Knights, you got Lazarus, you got Boring Protocol, and then you have XSET on the other end of it. So yeah, or Carnage might just go down to the play zone if he doesn't heal up fast enough here. He gets that first aid off, but he is caught in a 1v4 against the Knights. So I think this is the end of the line for Boring Protocol.
Yeah, and they're actually starting to kind of continue to push into the blue, at least to grab that vehicle. I was actually just about to pose the question, do you think that they're going to take this fight in the blue zone? But you can see both of them trying to disengage off of this, especially because look at this next zone, Jeff. They're probably figuring we have to start kind of looking forward at this point. Like, they're going to have to come out of this blue zone eventually. No point in us having to waste all of our meds, having to just wait and not gain information of what's in front of us while we're waiting for them to figure out their next rotation. Now that they're kind of focusing, they probably have most definitely realized that they're currently being stalked over here by Lazarus, keeping a keen eye on them. I don't know if either of these teams honestly are going to be able to make a rotation across this bridge into the next zone.
Oh no. Nobody gets across for free. Everybody just fights to the death. Even if Lazarus left, they'd be stuck on XSET at the other end, and then the Knights will come in behind. So I think Lazarus are just going to commit to this rather than, you know, putting themselves in between two teams. You see the Knights trying to make a play right now. They're going to take control of the gas station side of the shoreline, and we're going to see a very nasty standoff, which won't end up pretty for either team.
There we go. Coops is starting to make his way on over as well, using these little ridges very carefully, making sure that he's not going to lose his vehicle, but he's definitely providing enough cover not to take any damage from Lazarus. Looks like maybe that time went a little bit too far, potentially lost his vehicle or stopped to try and figure out who is across this bridge. I like the usage of smokes that are happening here, providing a lot of cover for both of these teams. As Chico, he's actually going to sneak on by here. Looks like he's going to make it through even another member of Knights, and now they have the upper hand here, Zute. They've made it onto the bridge. They can make sure to hold this from Lazarus, now making their push down these stairs. Chico unfortunately switching guns at the wrong time. Isn't going to be able to get one. Tries to do a little bit of damage onto another, but Joey, he is all out pushing. Joey was able to win this last match for his team. Maybe he'll be able to take down a couple members of Knights by himself. It does look like he's taking a lot of damage though, as XSET, they're going to start participating in the fight from the opposite side.
Oh, and Fierce catches Chico right there. Yeah, the Knights did out-rotate Lazarus, but they out-rotated straight into the jaws of XSET, waiting for them on the other side, and it is not looking good right there. Xenox doing what he can. Man can 1v4, but not this time around. Crashing into J-Way, and oh, J-Way, okay. Oh, he's trying to blow up the car. Okay, I thought he was shooting the box. I was like, calm down, J-Way. I know XSET, you guys are doing pretty good, but no need for that. Lazarus, they're going to try and make their way across, though. They're down to 3 players. Oh, man, this is such an ugly game for so many of these teams, and we're not even into the final thick of things. We still got like 6 full teams up on the military base side that have yet to fully engage with each other.
I also really like, we just were taking a look at Lazarus. One of them, Purge, is in the water. You can see it there on that mini-map that just appeared. He clearly realized going down this bridge, all eyes are going to be on us. I'm going to at least try to stay alive into this next zone by taking a little bit more of a sneaky route, swim in the water to climb up the rocks. Unfortunately for him, Puppy from the Panthers, he's already one step ahead of him, or swim ahead of him. Not quite sure the terminology there, but he's already ahead. While the rest of his team is just getting battered. Look at that. XSET being able to get both of those knocks on that bridge. It's just not looking good for Lazarus. It's all down to 1.
And another knock in confirmation with that second grenade. J-Way showing them the way of the grenade as they're just getting picked apart. Oh, J-Way! Okay, I mean, when we think XSET, we think kill switch. But J-Way popping off right here. Where was this J-Way during the Super Weekends? Man, XSET looking so good. Up to 5 elimination points already. And they have a 2-2 split going on where they control one of the strongest compounds in this new circle shift. Oh man, XSET just something about PMPL North America Championships. And that's when XSET really decides to pop off, it seems.
Well, I'm really excited because I chose them for today. I really wanted to see them do well because we already actually talked about this during one of the league days or super weekends or something. We were able to, you know, watch XSET the last time that they played and they didn't do so hot. So I was just like, okay, it's going to change. It's going to change today, day 1. Oh, and unfortunately for WallStreetBets, who was it? I think it was Glitter that was like, WallStreetBets, I mean, they did so well the first match. Where did they end up going? And it looks like they're going to be taken out pretty early once again by HQA, who was basically across the entire circle.
HQA landing some eagle eye shots right there. Always got to be aware of every angle possible. Can never let down your guard. The Knights are still in. Tensa eliminating a player right there. Tensa trying to do the best he can. Lazarus down to just Purge. HQA, we were just talking about be aware of your angles as HQA took down another member. And there we go. Another cheeky angle from HQA. Take down Lazarus. We're down to 7 teams, 2 of which are solos, but the other 5 teams do have a 4-man team. HQA might go down to just a 2-man though, as 2 of their players are knocked and the zone is closing in.
Seems like they might have time to at least get 1. Maybe. Maybe? Nah, they've abandoned it. It's too late. Oh no! And Koi was spotted out here as well, up from TC. This is now his wizard tower here. The rest of Nova, you could see that they were actually super split. The rest of them in that compound just to the southern side of XSET. They clearly were trying to take control of this entire western side of the zone, but there's nothing you can really do once those Molotovs just rain down on you and you're literally laying prone. So unfortunately, he is out, and that means the Chosen, even though he's just a solo, right, he could potentially do a lot of damage from this side. It does look like Tenza is making a rotation over there as well, though, so maybe it'll be some solo on solo violence. Oh no, HQA.
New circle shifted. It goes squarely on the BTOWN team and XSET. Nova close by. Mezexis, we've seen them hold this mountaintop and be rewarded so heavily before, but this time around, they gotta move down rather than teams moving up to them. So we'll see how they approach this one. As Nova getting gate kept now by the BTOWN team. Nova put in a very tough position as they are not in the zone and there's not much cover right outside those walls.
Oh man. Again, a little bit worried actually right now that Exa is kind of in a 2-2 split kind of situation here. It looks like a lot of eyes are definitely at least on one pair of duos. This Mezexis, they're starting to have to figure out how they're getting down from on top of this mountain. During Super Weekend, I believe, they ended up being able to have a huge win from up here, but now the zone didn't go to them. And now we get to see how they perform when they're the ones that have to start scaling down the mountain. The Chosen will finally be eliminated. Oh no, Polo G, not in a safe spot whatsoever, will be taken down here as well. But XSET, with those 2-2 splits, so far will be able to get that res back up. And it looks like nobody's going to be moving on that to try and capitalize off it. Nova still inside of their compound as well, even though they're not inside of this next zone either.
Mezexis will still have that high ground to work with because that roadside is in zone. And Mezexis not getting too many eliminations, but they are putting in so much damage with those angles, shooting at heads, toes, anything that they could see from up there. So the armor from all of these teams, extremely damaged. Mezexis will come down now. Polo G gets M762, 3x knock, and that's a confirmation too. That's a big, big loss for the Mezexis team.
Oh no. Okay. Well, you can see that the rest of them are still trying to get down on that road, as you mentioned. And now XSET and Nova, they're just tossing back utility at this point. I guess Nova probably didn't know where the knock on the XSET came from, and now they're trying to get their own onto the XSET, because once they get a knock into one, they might have taken that as their opportunity to get inside zone, maybe make this cross to just get inside zone, just something. But unfortunately, it does not work out. I think there's only one left now in all of XSET. They're cleaning this up, getting Nova eliminations, taking down Mezexis as well. They're only down to one each here. Oh no, Inactive actually still alive as well with the vehicle on the roadside. If he goes a little bit too far, he's going to be in full-on BTOWN territory, so he has to be a little bit careful on this next rotation as Kindness is eliminated and spotted out.
And XSET with 11 eliminations already. Polo G showing everyone how to use that M762 to extreme position here. XSET looking so good. Oh, Polo G about to get Remix. Oh, Remix does dodge it just in time as Inactive gets taken down by HQA. It's going to come down to a BTOWN and XSET fight. New zone shifts on to BTOWN, and XSET already has the opening. XSET might just forgo all of the teams that they're shooting at long range. Actually, they don't even need to, because they've dealt with everybody. They're going to go push hard. And another knock, I think, onto BTOWN. This is the hard push by XSET.
Yeah, and oh man, BTOWN even has to kind of focus on this push coming through from HQA as well. There is only one of them left, but you can definitely see the smoke starting to push out. So BTOWN, their attention is going to be split at least just a little bit. Two of them definitely focusing on the direction of XSET, while one you can see kind of looking over in that direction of Sup Pig. But here comes the rest of XSET finally all being able to kind of get together on this. I like to see, though, that BTOWN is backing away from this. They know that they can't stay separated in these buildings, so they're going to back up to the next one, let XSET take this next one for now, and hopefully be able to reset and again wait for some sort of opening, some sort of advantage to get onto XSET before the full push happens. And this is going to be the very last
double nade.
time this happens.
Double nade from Brar onto the
No
XSET
way.
team. That was a huge, that secured them the game. Otherwise, XSET had all the angles. You see the other duo went up to the high ground and they would have completely had BTOWN pincered in. But HQA stepping up to help out a little bit. J7 nading J-Way? Or, I don't know. Oh, he was trying to, oh, hold on. Hold that thought. HQA just got two. Brar, last one up. What just happened? XSET can still win this. It's a 2v2. Brar going for that revive. XSET knows they have an opening here, a chance to push on in. They're going to try and get this 2v1. Brar's going to try and stick that revive. It's a little bit too late, though. He doesn't even get a chance to shoot back. And that was a lot to unpack. It looked like BTOWN was going to win the game off of that double nade. And just right then, HQA, you mentioned it, he's going to push in. He might cause trouble. And then he ruined the chances out of BTOWN. And at the same time in all of that, J7 tried to nade. BTOWN naded his teammate that was knocked down there, but it doesn't matter. XSET with the chicken dinner. And it's been so crazy. I need to check something real quick. Is that their third? Did they already win? No, they didn't. It was WallStreetBets and Lazarus. Okay, that was XSET's first chicken dinner. XSET has been playing so well though today. I feel like I thought they had like 2 chickens already by now.
I'm actually so excited from that ending as well. I mean, right honestly, when they got that knock and they just started pushing, I was just like, wait a second, they forgot that Sup Pig is right behind them. And that just goes to show, I don't know how many times I say it, like a solo is so weak, but at the same time, so strong, just could entirely change the entire course of a game for a team. Again, another perfect example. That all 3 games so far, Zute have just had a fire ending, I will say, and I can't wait to see how this next one is going to rack up to be. Of course, we're going to send it into a break though before we're back for the next one.
Welcome back, everybody. That's how you finish off match number 3 with the defending champs, XSET, pulling out the big one right there. That's how you do it. Of course, we couldn't do this without our amazing partners. Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. 7, Glitter. Hey, actually, you know what? 7, you said it a little earlier. You were talking about HQA. You wanted to see them have a good performance. I think they put up some solid numbers up there. What do you think?
I agree. I mean, this team, quiet, but deadly. Quiet, but being consistent. Quiet, but being up there, baby. Look at that. HQA, 80 points. They're not super flashy. 8 Ilums, so we will get a chance to talk about them. We got to talk about XSET, the defending champions, 29 points. That is a huge W for that team. And 14 Ilums, they were able to take full advantage of the madness that we're going to see during the highlights because, boy, it was madness during that bridge. BTOWN, though, congratulations, BTOWN. 18 points out of you guys. Let's see what else you're going to be able to do throughout today. If we go down the list too, Mezexis here too, 11 points. Nova Esports with 10. Boring Protocol, you were talking about them, Glitter. Guess what?
Hey.
They were also able to get at least 7 points to their name.
I know, maybe we both have the good juju today because I said they weren't going to win, but they were going to have the beginnings of their comeback. And 6 Elims is definitely that. And then you talked about HQA. HQA was able to get some nice points on the boards. We have to keep those good vibes going, okay? As you can see that WallStreetBets, though, is unable to continue that consistency after the first match, finding themselves on that second page yet again. Now, officially halfway through the day after our third match has completed. So we'll have to see if the second half of the day changes for some of these teams, because there's actually some squads that we've heard nothing from yet that I would like to see a lot more out of. I mean, I'm thinking about 19 Esports, I'm thinking about Panthers, teams like that we had high expectations, or that we saw incredible performances out of during the league play, but they just haven't really done a whole lot yet in the first 3 matches.
Listen, if you wouldn't have mentioned Panthers, I would have forgotten that they're currently in the finals with the way that they're performing. And I said I was gonna be spicy, so get ready, people, because halfway through, trust me, once we show that overall, you're gonna know why I just said what I said. But I'm with you. Like, there's teams that need to be able to perform and start performing now. Even Hodges, remember that question that you asked at the beginning? How many games can you throw and all that stuff? I'm with Glitter. Like, certain teams cannot throw a single game. They have to be on point. If you're Knights, yeah, I mean, you're allowed to because of the insane pop-off performances that you can have. HJA, I really, really want to see a chicken dinner out of them today. That way, we don't end up seeing what we have seen in the past, Glitter, where just teams get so close but are never able to close it out, and then that becomes a little bit of pressure on their shoulders, and they start playing different, just trying to get that elusive win.
Yeah, and we also don't want it to boil down to that 1-point situation again. We've seen that multiple times this season alone already, and the last thing we want is for any of these teams to have to try and deal with that getting into the top 5, because don't forget, chat, top 5 is what qualifies through to Americas. As we could take a look at the top damage down, you see that another really incredible performance, almost 2,400 damage for themselves here on match number 3 of the day. But, you know, like you said, in the match ranking, BTOWN up here, almost 1,600 damage. That's a huge game for BTOWN. Boring Protocol finally almost at that 1,300 damage mark and matching BTOWN's in those elims. But if you look farther down the list, I mean, the second half is all much more impressive conversions for the amount of damage that they were able to put out. I mean, specifically HQA and 4Bros still making sure that they're in the conversation.
Yep. And they're in the conversation indeed. And speaking of conversation, you know, Seven, I think I would have agreed with you at the start of the day. But now I'm going to disagree, man. After seeing these couple of matches so far, I don't think the Knights can afford any more mismatches. I really don't think so, because this is the finals. You know, we're starting to see these squads pop off, and I don't think they're going to allow the Knights to catch up. I mean, they know what we know it. They have to know it. So when it comes to the Knights, guys, you cannot be throwing any more matches. You have to start popping off now, or this tournament's they're gonna run away with it. I guarantee you, because you see XSET defending champs popping off here. So let's go ahead and take a look at their average stats, because this is a different team compared to league stage. I think that's a factor that we got to talk about, Seven.
It definitely is. I mean, Killswitch is still performing of the likes that we have expected out of him the whole tournament, averaging 444 damage, 3.3 elims, 2.67 knocks, and then you got J-Way putting up the numbers too, right? These 3 players, all right, I'm sorry, J7, you're still putting up an amazing amount of damage, actually. So that's impressive. In regards to the elims, hey, maybe the reason why you're not able to get that many elims is because everybody else is popping off. Even Polo, 410 damage, 2.33 elims per game. This continues on the storyline of what we've been trying to tell the viewers. You need to have more than just a duo. That's way in the past. You can't just rely on just one superstar. You need to rely on every single player being able to put up the damage, being able to put up the elims, and right now it's looking like that with XSET. Now, I do want to play a little bit devil's advocate here, Hodjux. Okay. Even though I would usually agree with you, but XSET has just not been able to provide consistency from me in the past. They haven't been able to provide consistency for a long time, especially when it comes to players. We have seen certain players pop off. I'm hoping that this is a change. And I'm hoping it continues like this today and they can carry it on tomorrow. But until tomorrow, I'm still on the Knights wave.
Glitter, what were you saying?
Well, I was going to say, we looked at their averages before today started from the past Super Weekend, and they've already doubled those averages from what we saw out of XSET. So, I mean, we are getting consistency if you view kind of like Super Weekend leading into finals out of XSET. I mean, I do agree that we have to keep a closer eye on the next couple days, but I think I'm somewhere in the middle of you two. I think I am dead in the middle. We are a split desk right now.
Oh, Glitter, come to the dark side, to the tactical throwing. I mean, because I'll tell you what, XSET, they knew how many points, right, they needed. But this is the finals. This is the finals. They can just go ahead and show off everything they got. This is where it matters. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards so we can see where everybody is standing at the start of this one here at XSET. Oh. At the top with 50 points. And, where are the Knights? Where are they, Seven?
Second page, but you know what's impressive? Helping quit addiction.
Yes.
I mean, We've been talking about that consistency. Only team in the top 3 right now with no chicken dinner, 45 points. You can even look at their ilms. They're, you know what, good ilms. But overall, wow, HQA. I'm enjoying the most placement points out of all the teams right now, too. Lazarus, I mean, with the chicken dinner, too, doesn't fall far. And you know what's impressive, too? Glitter. I mean, Nova Esports. Remember what we saw out of the first game in Sanhok? I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think we're going to be going into Sanhok again. This could be good here for Nova.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some really close numbers too. Even with the little bit of the fall off from WallStreetBets, they're still up there tied with 4Bros. And like both of you have now noted, this first page does not include the Knights. Polar Ace rounding out that top 8 there with 21 points, which is already less than half of what we've got for our first place team, but then they're in 10th place is where the Knights finally step in at 18 points. So, I mean, obviously we know that they can do better, but the fact that they're even down here right now, the fact that even Boring Protocol is down here right now, and you said it, 7, Panthers, single digits, down there at the bottom, only 7 points. That is not a performance we would have expected out of them. So the second half of the day could totally turn all of this around though, Jukes.
Absolutely. I am not saying that I am a Knights doubter or disbeliever. I'm just saying, don't make me nervous. Come on, right? I have to see you guys in the top 5 start popping off here and now, because I'll tell you what, those squads at the top, they are keeping a close eye on that squad. They know what they could do. So if they get ahead too quickly, you don't want to get the hunting down chances towards the last day. Well, we're going to see what's going to happen here in this next match. Thank you so much, 7. Thank you so much, Glitter. We're starting to see the desk get split already in the finals. That's what we like to see here at the start of the things. Let's go ahead and bring in our casters for the next match. And this is going to be an important one here in day number 1. Span, Zute, I want to know y'all's thoughts, and I'll see you in the next one.
Thanks again, Jukes. I'm very excited. First of all, I'm not actually that worried about Knights. But what I will say is I am very excited about XSET. XSET in the #1 spot right now, and I'm hoping they stay up there because they did so well at the start of this entire event and then slowly started falling off. Let's hope that the falling off doesn't happen within a 3-day final.
We'll see how it goes. Team, I want to shout out real quick, HQA. They are doing exactly what they kind of did in the Super Weekend, just keeping it like low profile, but yet somehow they are 2nd place right now overall. And XSET, they've been popping off, right? We've been seeing some huge plays by them. HQA is only 5 points behind XSET. So HQA is actually popping off really hard too, just in a very, low-key way. So, I mean, you see Cross right there representing HQA, one of the top 3 players. So HQA, that might be the team that makes that top 5 that, we're kind of expecting, but not too sure. And as far as I want to touch on the Knights real quick, I'm not too worried either. Not yet. Anyways, we're only 3 games in. We got a total of 18 games to play. And while we saw how far ahead the Knights were when it came to the Super Weekends, so you just stretch out those games a little bit more and we'll see the Knights start racking up those points.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to happen. I mean, we're only in Game 4, and we know at least in the Miramar game, they were taken out super early. So there are definitely a couple of things that haven't gone in their favor. But Sute, we got another one. We got another plane path gone at edge of the zone in the first circle going to the complete opposite side. Except luckily, at least this time it's on Sanhok, so even less of an issue than the other maps. But there's still the majority of people that are not inside of this first circle at all.
Yeah, this first circle once again on the northeastern side. That's twice in a row now. That's kind of pretty much gone up that way. So I wanted to see Boring Protocol make a more aggressive rotation. Don't let a team like the Knights somehow get ahead of you. That was their biggest mistake so far today on the first initial Sanhok game. And with a somewhat similar circle, they'll have to adapt their rotations a little bit. It's not like the very first game, but I wanted to see them make use of that fundamental to not just let teams pass them up, because Sanhok, it's all about, if you have the favorable circle shift, you need to take advantage of it. If you sit back, you lose all just control over what could be a potentially really good game for you guys on Sanhok.
Yeah, so I guess that's a big part of this one's been particular, right? It's making sure that you are making even more careful of a rotation because there's less space to have any kind of birth from the enemies around you, and then still, of course, be on your toes, ready for those team fights, ready for those chain fights, because that's just what Sanhok is in a nutshell. And I loved actually seeing that. Four Bros currently clearing out this compound here, all of them together, clearing out every single building. All 3 people went into a singular building there. There's definitely been a couple of moments already inside of these finals where we just wish that a team went on ahead and did that instead of making a solo play and being taken out.
Yeah. Before the action picks up, I want to shout out Xenox real quick. He posted his POV of the almost 1v4 on Nova on Instagram and Twitter. Xenox.PUBG on Instagram if you want to check that out. I'm looking at the clip. It's already got 70 comments, man. Like,
wow.
Yeah. I think everybody saw what Xenox almost pulled off and was just like, oh, we need to see his POV, man. We need to see how close it got. But yeah, shout outs to Xenox. There you go, man. Maybe we'll see a 1v4 by the end of the PMPL NA Grand Finals. I would be surprised, but at the same time, I feel it in my bones, man. Xenox, he always pulls off at least one crazy 1v4 at each stage in a major tournament. As Boring Protocol, I talked about being a little bit more aggressive in their rotations. Well, aggressive is different than being haphazard.
Oh, no.
He
drove straight into the Mezexis.
Yeah. So they're trying to adapt, which is good. They realize their missed opportunity in game number 1 of Sanhok, but now this is just a mistake coming out into game number 4, and that should be, yep, there we go. Oh, wait, no, Samo's still up, but
1 HP. Yeah, no, it was a matter of time. Just slowly go into that smoke and find him out. That was almost instantaneous. 1, 2, 3 down, right? Fortunately for Boring Protocol, just couldn't find the enemy. Not quite sure, but in a blink of an eye, they are out. And now there's 15 teams still alive. And, you know, at the very, very beginning, you know, Hutchukes ended up asking, oh, yeah, we're going to come back to that. XSET actually going on ahead and crashing into Polar Ace's position here. I guess they want it that badly. A nice position coming through from Trey, though. Will get a knock onto 2 members of XSET pushing in the door. And just like that, another blink of an eye fight. XSET is out of here. They had such a huge game, and right away, they kind of wasted it just like that.
I respect it, though, out of XSET. They full sent dead center of zone, 4 people all in one building. There was a pretty high chance of that being successful, to be honest. Just so happened Polar Ace was just kind of ready for it. Like, the risk versus reward, that would have been a huge payoff for XSET if they could control this area of the map this early on. So I think that was a very calculated risk, and it was pretty well executed. You saw how they all slammed into one building. They weren't too separated. Everything was a premeditated push. This time around, it just did not work out for XSET, but I respect that. I definitely respect that.
That was just such a good spot for Trey. Like, the first person went through the door and instantly got the knock, and the second one went through. Clearly, like, the communications or the call, like, behind the door didn't come out, or honestly, like, there's so many people inside of that one room, the first person that even got knocked by Trey probably didn't even know where from, right? So Trey behind the door getting 2 knocks from that position, I think that really, really helped out Polar Ace. And I also liked to see WallStreetBets trying to make some sort of a push onto the fight happen, because they saw how many people got knocked, right? But unfortunately, it's just not meant to be. 24K kind of got smacked. At least they got the res up, and they're going to kind of go back to their compound just to the northern side. They're still kind of trying to be a pest, right? Starting to pester Polar Ace, trying to do a little bit of damage here and there, at least until the rest of their teammates get back. But all the teams that are still alive at this point still have all 4 members up, so any fights from now on still going to be 100% fair in terms of people.
Man, XSET and Boring Protocol already fully eliminated.
Crazy.
I feel like the pacing of... So this circle, right, isn't too wild. But I feel like due to the nature of the first 3 games we've played, everybody's anxiety level is just ramped up to an all-time high. Speaking about anxiety, 4Bros under a lot of pressure here, feeling very anxious in a 4v2 situation. Purge dropping down from the rooftop, and it's 4Bros, another team, fully eliminated. We've lost 12 players, all 12 players from 3 different teams.
Yeah, no solos or duos allowed, just full squads, it looks like so far.
Yeah, so I feel like due to the way the first 3 games have played out, just how frantic and crazy the circle shifts were, it's put every team on edge that going into this Sanhok game, like we're not even past the first circle yet, and we have entire teams dropping out already just because the pressure is on. The franticness, the energy level is so high right now that it's either all or nothing.
I mean, clearly Lazarus, Polar Ace, Mezexis, like, they're not playing around, right? They got in all of the fights that we've seen so far, and they got out with 4 eliminations each, right? Like, they didn't lose anybody. So those 3 teams just absolutely blink of an eye, eliminating the other team. All of these fights were fast, too. Beautiful positioning from Kazeki. Oh, my goodness. Getting 3 knocks there. Every single fight that we've seen so far has been, like, a snap of time, right, Zute? Like, does that come with probably like that anxious kind of like, oh, okay, now we really need to be getting these points, these kills. We need to just be moving fast and making these crashes. Like maybe these crashes while we're complimenting them, right, and saying that they're good. Like most of the people that are making these crashes are just getting eliminated immediately.
Yeah, well, Lazarus, that was a trap. He was hiding behind that rock, waiting for a potential push by the team of 4Bros. So that was very calculated by the Lazarus team. Very well done to them. The next circle did shift. It is going more to the northwest. You see a huge empty section of land. Lazarus has pretty much free reign over everything there. Question is, will they be able to scout that out effectively and take full advantage of that? Because it is quite a lot of territory to cover. A lot of teams coming in from the southeastern side. And then, of course, Nova in the blue zone doing their traditional med strategy. They might get top 2 again. Who knows? I mean, it worked the first time around. It's worked like almost every single time they've done it. TC also in the blue zone doing the med strat, but I don't know. I feel like TC doesn't understand what they're doing because in the first Sanhok game, they just took a fight in a very unfavorable position and died, and no one was set in a place to do med strat. So even though TC are in the blue right now looting for those meds, I don't think they realize how it works, kind of.
I guess we're gonna have to wait and see, honestly. They probably saw that Koi got second place yet again for Nova, and then they're finally like, you know, we're just gonna give this a try, because why not, right? So all 4 people collecting those first aids around in that area. I mean, they might be able to get up into the top 5 in terms of placement points. We'll have to wait and see. I'm kind of excited now, kind of like our own little experiment here, especially because we know Nova is so good at it. Can somebody from the Chosen be that good as well? A lot of people at this point now making rotations. We can see HQA keeping a close eye on a couple of people actually making rotations around them, but so far no more fighting. Teams still doing a pretty good job at staying away from each other at this point.
The Knights, though, extremely close to BTOWN, like so deadly close. I hope we get a camera view on that. They're literally, there we go. Okay, yeah, Xenox was driving around up here on the minimap for a while, just like baiting out shots potentially and getting info at the same time, and it works out. They get the opening. Now BTOWN, they're on the back foot, 4v3 situation, and the entire Knights team is ready to take some shots. They know BTOWN is camping right here, and they're gonna swarm him down.
Oh, a little bit of damage onto the Knights here. You can see BTOWN trying to kind of back up off of this one. Jeff, he's super close from this position. He needs to be getting knocked here. Unfortunately, he does, but gets traded instantly. Oh, no. The Knights still have the man advantages with at least one more person left up here, and they're actually getting the res to happen. So BTOWN, they're not good in terms of how many people are still up, and they don't have the opportunity to be getting these reses. So Jimmy, it's all down to you, my friend. Let's see if BTOWN will be able to do anything else about this or I don't think he's safe there at all. Like, I think the Knights are going to know exactly where Jimmy is in this one, and nobody's around. Mezexis is kind of getting a little bit closer to that area. I don't think that they're going to come close enough, though, to be able to take the fights against Knights and potentially distract them from where Jimmy is. Oh, here comes the nade.
Mm-hmm. And he didn't even spot Jimmy. This is just like game sense intuition. He just has a feeling that Jimmy is there in that area. Like, this is like, when you're that good at this game, you just know things based on how many hours you put into the game. HQA getting into a fight with 19E. HQA, the second place. HQA is going to take first place at the end of this match, I feel like, because, I mean, this team, no chicken dinners yet, but the consistency is insane after 3 matches, and they're picking up the elimination points right now. They might get third party, though. Dope getting very close here. HQA, though, has 4 members up. Chi Wang just low on HP. All he needs is get that first aid, and I think it'll be a good reset for the team. Yep, you get reset to full. HQA looking pretty strong still.
Yeah, and their main competitor, their only competitor ahead of them being XSET, already out. There we go. We can see the points actually up to the very top of the screen right now. That's not that many points away from each other whatsoever. HQA, but just might be able to do this, especially because they keep being able to kind of bring themselves back in these small skirmishes that they're having where they currently are. Where they are actually, by the way, is right on the edge of the zone where the zone has now shifted to. So basically the area that's going to have the most traffic of people making a rotation. Even here, WallStreetBets making a rotation right through them. Luckily, though, none of the WallStreetBet members will be ripped out of the vehicle. As of right now, WallStreetBets, this is yet another team that I really want to see. They had a huge first game, right, Dute? We want to see them be able to go ahead and do more. They're currently in that 5th place position, but they had a couple of games even after that win where they didn't do too hot.
Damn, what a rotation out of WallStreetBets. Navigating that minefield and getting a position in the center of the zone absolutely for free. Now, you might call that a complete blind rotation and a bit of luck, but with the way the circles have constantly shifted to the northwest and with the way players just typically play Sanhok, they don't like just, you know, going more and more center on each shift. There's so much, you know, potential of getting camped out. So WallStreetBets took that in consideration. Sure, maybe they got a little bit of lucky, but I would say that was a calculated, you know, full send into the dead center of zone. And they won the first game of Sanhok going for that kind of calculated rotation and ended up getting the circles towards the end game. They might just do it again for this match of Sanhok.
Oh, yeah. I'm actually really excited to see that now. And them having the only vehicles, you're right, that was just a huge rotation through, gunning through HQA successfully. There really was nothing else in their way. And the HQA, I mean, they're still having to deal with a lot of people on that side of the zone fighting each other. 2 of them actually being Nova and the Panthers. They're running into each other. Nova currently driving around in the blue zone. They do have one of their members knocked. QZ finding himself in a little bit of a hard position here. As Nova, I think they're decided to take this fight onto the Panthers, at least for now, while they're getting that res up. Obviously, taking a fight out here, though, is not an ideal situation, especially because this next zone is about to pop, Zute, and that's going to be a lot of blue zone damage onto them. Oh, and it even shifts away from them. WallStreetBets are so happy they made that rotation.
Oh, yeah, they're rewarded heavily for that. That area of the map is pretty much a fortress now for WallStreetBets. I want to see if one of the players knows how to get on top of the roof of one of the buildings. And one of the warehouses, you could climb up like the tractor and get on top of the very roof. That would be huge for WallStreetBets if they're aware of that trick. The Panthers getting into a skirmish with Dope right now. Some trades going back and forth. Nova, I mean, 28 first aid kits this time around for Koi. Last time he had 32, I believe. But, oh wait, it looks like Nova feels like there's still a chance for them to rotate in a bit further before they leave Koi out in the blue zone. So we'll see how they calculate this one out. The Panthers down to just 0 eliminations. Panthers actually did really good in the Super Weekends, but then they missed the 3rd one. And I feel like that lost momentum is definitely kind of translating over now into the Grand Finals.
shook them up, right? Yeah. Oh no, but getting 2 knocks actually into Nova. They're pausing inside their vehicle, at least for now, probably waiting for this next zone to get a little bit smaller, but this could be huge. Let's see what else Puppy's gonna be able to do. Oh my god, huge nade, huge damage on to Koi as well. He does get taken down, but QZ is the only one left alive. Kindness does get flushed out, but I mean, that could just be more first aids for Koi to end up taking, right?
I honestly think that was a win for Nova, losing all their players, because they get one more box of loot that might have first aids. Like we saw in the previous Sanhok game. They had 4 players, 3 of them just sent it and died. Did not matter, because they still got second. Now, if 3 of them die and they pick up a single kill, that's a win in my books for Nova.
They've already improved their performance, of course, elsewhere on inside of the zone, actually. HQA runs into Mezexis, and it looks like big trades are going back and forth. Oh my goodness, once again, a super quick fight. Mezexis takes out HQA here, and now Peralta can go on ahead and try and get that res onto Remix before the play zone fully overtakes them. Mezexis not even fully inside of this next zone, though. You can see that they do have a rotation into the little forest on the southern side there. They should not be seen there from WallStreetBets if they're careful, but they do have to worry about Dope and where they're going to go. Like, are they going to take the north or the south? We can see one of them at least driving up to the northern side, but the threat is still always there, especially because Nova, I mean, they're still kind of driving closer. Who even knows where they're going to try and end up going? Oh, what?
Nice shots.
I did not expect that.
Nice shots by Dope. From inside the blue zone, though, next circle shifts on up, and it is just dead centered once again on the fortress. That is WallStreetBets, and QZZ actually managing to get a knock and an elimination before he goes down. Yeah, so Nova getting 2 elimination points this time around, and maybe... Oh, Koi just went down!
Koi's out. Yeah.
Oh, some mishap right there with the med stratting. That is a huge loss for the Nova side. And okay, we were talking about the Knights, how they're dropping a little bit down, making some people nervous on the analyst desk. Well, Knights, they still have 4 up. That is a very tough zone to breach into, but they're looking good right now.
I mean, honestly, all they have to do is they have to get rid of the rest of Lazarus, which there is 3 of them still alive, so it might be a little bit difficult. And you can see that they're actually getting barraged by Vamp up to the northern side, but Knights could potentially make it into the very southern side of the compound that WallStreetBet has, especially with Lazarus kind of distracted as of right now. Vamp's taking shots at them. This could be an opening for Knights to get inside of this next zone. And I think Tenza is potentially kind of reaching out there, seeing what's possible, but right now they're still actually kind of fixated on the shooting that they hear up to the northern side. Lazarus, they're just full on sending it inside of this next zone. It looks like they do get a knock onto at least one of the Vamp members, but now they are fully stuck on these rocks just to the southern side of them. They were very damaged as well, but here comes the nades as well. It's going to be a lot of teams fighting on these edges, it seems, especially as this next one closes even more, and WallStreetBets are still the only team inside. Mezexis eliminated from this game.
Ooh, the util raining down on Vamp does get 1. Lazarus not able to connect onto the second player. That would have been huge. Circle shifts over to WallStreetBets once again. The Knights have somehow made it into this tricky zone, and the Knights still keep 4 players up. It's going to come down to a 4v4, I feel like, almost, between WallStreetBets and the Knights. That's going to be a showdown for sure that we want to watch, as the Vamp team still locked into this engagement with Lazarus. Fears is going to go for that little tower there, and he does make it up, but was he spotted out? Because that grenade is going to rain in, and Fierce should go down. Yeah, not the best choice right there. Zone is closing once again.
Oh my goodness, and Vamp still alive though. 2 of them still good. A solo inside of the blue zone from the Chosen gets eliminated as well. At this point, there's only 4 teams left. They're just fighting to get that 3rd and 2nd place here. Vamp though will be spotted out by Lazarus, and Joey, he's just gonna accept his fate. They're getting knocked as well. Kazeki, now the last one alive for Lazarus. You can see him far up to the northern side of the zone. They might just secure 3rd place unless Kazeki has a lot more first aids on him, as now the Knights, they're starting to take this fight with WallStreetBets. WallStreetBets. There we go, trying to start it off with the utility once again. Nemesis actually in a really strong spot to hold Knights from coming any closer on that stack of wood here. The Knights, they did not get far enough before WallStreetBets shifted their focus onto them. A lot of damage coming through from both sides, and actually, it looks like they will be able to get a knock onto WallStreetBets. The Knights not looking too good though. Xenox, and having to prone inside of the grass at this point. Coops, he is super far away inside the blue zone as well.
Yeah, Coops never engaged on this fight. He was med stratting the whole time, so this was not a 4v4 to begin with. And Xenox, well, Redemption, 1v4? I mean, this is worse for Xenox, though, because he has no cover to work with. His movement will not matter, and he does get spotted out. Now it's just a med-off between Kaseki and Coops, as WallStreetBets will take another chicken on Sanhok. Coops out of first aids. He's going to look to pad maybe his damage numbers, but that's about it. Lazarus will secure that second place, and right as Coops goes down, Kaseki goes down. One first aid would have been the difference between a second place finish and a third place between the Lazarus team and the Knights. But WallStreetBets back-to-back chickens and won in the same manner on Sanhok. They did that calculated risk rotation, and it paid off heavily for them. This WallStreetBets team does have Sanhok figured out, at least when it comes to those northern circles. So WallStreetBets looking really good.
Yeah, we're going to see the map performance, and it's just going to be WallStreetBets all over the Sanhok column for sure. Does look like Kaseki, though, for Lazarus is going to be able to grab the majority of our round report stats. So we can see Drago does get the highest damage. I mean, they were in the center of the zone, especially for those late circles, the entire time. So he definitely was able to soak up that amount of damage. Definitely goes more for placement points in that one. And I was like getting tongue-tied in this last match. It's been 4 absolutely insane games when it comes to the circles or the gameplay that we're seeing. Even in this one, once again, people struggling to get inside of this next zone. And honestly, WallStreetBets, I'm surprised that nobody else made some sort of a huge rotation like WallStreetBets did. That was like a huge outlier of performance.
Well, we saw some full send rotations for some teams. They just didn't work out. WallStreetBets figured it out. And we got a couple more games left, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back after a quick short break.
WallStreetBets, the first team to pull out 2 chicken dinners so far here in the finals, and they did it early. That is how you get it done. Of course, we got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners here for the PMPL. And I got to say this, I don't know what's in the water over there at the WallStreetBets house. It's got to be some Monster Energy, because these guys popped off here, Glitter.
You know what it is?
What is
It's they are on our level when it comes to Sanhok vibes, okay? That's what it is. They understand the hype that is Sanhok, and that's why they're doing so well. And you could see 9 elims, another chicken dinner. I mean, 24 points, followed up, though, by really strong performances from so many teams. This one match was kind of crazy. I mean, Lazarus, 9 elims for 21 points. Knights, 5 elims for 15 points, which for Knights doesn't seem that crazy, but considering they were on the second page, that is huge for Knights right now. And then, once again, we saw Dope and Mezexis down at the bottom a few times now, both of them coming in with 7 elims. We don't even see Nova on this first page whatsoever. That heal strat this time around, 7, did not go their way at all.
They were planning it, but as you said, it didn't go their way. My boy Koi had, like, I think 28 first aids, and then all of a sudden they just went out, and I was like, no, why? I was hoping another 12 placement point. Just kidding. Hey, that's what happens when you try to go for heal strat. That's why I hate it. No, but just got to put that out there. Helping Quit Addiction finally dropping a little bit off in regards to the consistency that we've been seeing out of that team being on the first page. Guess what? It's okay. You know, I'll give it to you. First 3 matches, you guys did really well. Then Sanhok's usually madness. I'll allow it. The Panthers, though, being able to at least get 2 points there, that's hopefully going to push them from the bottom. And then we keep going down. BTOWN, 4 Bros, XSET, Boring Protocol. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Boring Protocol, but I mean, at some point here, you got to get a little bit of alarm as we are now 4 matches in, Glitter.
I don't know if it's because we went from Erangel, where they started to get some elims on the board, back into the chaos that is Sanhok, and maybe that's not necessarily their comfort zone, but it's not currently, it's not top 5 worthy. I will just say it. That is not top 5 performance worthy. And I think today does feel a little bit all over the place, though. I mean, we had some very specific expectations, and if we're being brutally honest, Seven, I think the only team who is even remotely close to meeting those, well, it might be a tie, would be WallStreetBets being the team that's upsetting a lot of people, and then XSET at least trying to really defend their title. But our 2 top squads aren't where they thought that we would thought that they would be.
Yeah, 100%. And I think a lot of the stuff has alluded to certain rotations, and those 2 teams not really sure on how they want to play that out. I mean, thinking back on the previous Erangel, on the only Erangel that we have played today, Knights was just super caught off guard with that circle, and then here in this past Sanhok with Nova, I mentioned it earlier, they were getting ready for that heal strat. They knew exactly what they were going to do, but I honestly don't know what happened as we didn't get a chance to see it. Nonetheless, though, they still got games, and these are 2 teams that I'm not really that worried about. WallStreetBets, you mentioned they've been performing 1900 damage, 9 ilms for them, and a big surprise, and I think I know what you say. Oh, it has to be Dope Esports with an almost 1200 damage there, 7 ilms. Mezexis too, you set it up and down. These are teams that we really haven't seen here. 7 ilms for them. Nice, you know what the deal is with them too. Lazarus, the conversion rate, love to see it. And a big surprise here for me, I think it was Vamp as well. We really didn't see much of Vamp. I think before this past game, they were within that 16th placement range, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully with that kind of performance, you know, 4 elim points on top of what they were able to gather in regards to the placement points, it works out pretty well for them, Glitter.
Yeah, you know, it's not too shabby. It's not too shabby. We'd like to see more out of a lot of these teams, a little bit more consistency out of quite a few of these teams. But, you know, 2 more matches is on the day, and we'll have to see what this match specifically and then the upcoming ones end up doing to the overall at the end of the day when everything is said and done, Jukes.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see some consistency from some squads. Definitely, Lazarus has to be one of them.
Yes.
We just saw them put up points here. And this is what I had a feeling. You know, the finals, I had a feeling that we're going to see some teams be a little bit kind of chill during the last days of league stage. But now coming the finals, come out hot. And I mean, WallStreetBets, first squad to pull up 2 chicken dinners so far. I mean, just the monsters in Sanhok. Why don't we take a look at some of their stats here, and you could just see the difference between the different maps, Glitter.
Glitter, what's their favorite map?
This is why we had to highlight it, Seven. This is why, okay? Like, yes, we've played it twice, so the numbers are a little bit more padded in that sense because there's only been one match on the other two maps, but that's that's regardless because the stats are insane. The fact that somehow, of all the maps, Sanhok is now WallStreetBets' best performing map when it is the least reliable one is just, that's nutty, okay? We've got 17 elims, the highest average survival time, which that is just, that's going to be across the board. That doesn't necessarily even matter that they've done 2 matches because that means it's even harder to average a higher time. And then the damage. I mean, they're doing such a solid amount of damage every single time on Sanhok. This is not what I would have predicted for them, Seven.
Yeah, and something that we gotta also point out to the viewers as we are looking at the player stats here, Drago being able to put up that damage, 24k though with the Illims, but everybody else is being able to perform. But what I wanted to talk about is usually when we get to the finals, the previous format was Sanhok was only played 1 time. Here is different. We're going to be playing it twice. Every single map, we're going to be playing it twice. So this might end up working out for them to keep themselves within that top 5 and make it to Americas. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of WallStreetBets. Nemesis, you see his stats right there, 24k. See, well, I mean, everybody is being able to put good stats for this squad right now, Hot Chicks.
Yeah, I love it too. It also gives me a little bit of concern though, because Sanhok is that match where a lot of things have to go right in order for you to get that dinner. You know, I think anybody can win Sanhok if you get the right position, the right spot. And, you know, WallStreetBets, they did get that beautiful circle there, you know? So for me to see that little detraction from according to, you know, Erangel and Miramar, I'm kind of a little bit like this, but hopefully, you know, they put in the work, they got those dinners, they use that momentum to really just put that fire in them to kind of really pop off a little bit further here. Let's go ahead and pull up the overall leaderboards so we can see exactly where everybody is standing on that. And look at that, the consistency is king up here with Lazarus on top, Glitter.
Okay, Lazarus on top, but WallStreetBets now in 2nd place. XSET down to 3rd, but all of them only separated by a point between each place. Then 1 more point down to 4th for HQA. So this top 4 is essentially dead even in my eyes because those are negligible gaps. And this is what we get scared about, Seven, is when things do start coming down to 1 point here, 1 point there. Because imagine, worst case scenario. This is where we just called it. Right now, Knights right outside of that top 5 bubble in 6th place, 1 point behind Nova. How does this happen every time?
They're playing with our emotions. That's exactly what's happening here, Glitter. That's literally what's happening with them. I mean, Knights performed really, really well here in that past Sanhok, and it kind of helped out that Nova, the heal strat just didn't work. I do want to see that second page, though, to see if there has been any mix-up there. Polar Ace starting there in the 9th with 26. Dope Esports with 24. 2 and I5 go down. The Panthers.
Wow.
19 Esports. These are, oh man, this is not the start that you wanted to see. And you know what? I'm going to throw Boring Protocol in there as well. Because if out of those 3 squads, with recent performances, I would say I was expecting Boring Protocol to be in that first page. And I'm actually really surprised here to see him in 14th place. But hey, we still got 2 more games left. We have a Miramar and we also have an Erangel. So anything can happen here, Hot Jukes.
Anything can happen, but I think we need to see a big performance from Boring Protocol if we really want to look forward to them in the top 5 here. It could definitely happen. I mean, they have one of the best players so far. Well, that was in the league stage, right? Spec had been crushing it. So I think we need to see a big one here from the last 2 games. Now, when it comes to Nova and when it comes to the Knights, there is a good, solid little gap there, right? A chicken dinner, though, right here could easily close it. Either, right, Glitter?
It would change everything. That's why I'm saying that the top 5, even that top 6 bubble right now, it's too close for comfort. Someone needs to have a standout performance and separate themselves from the pack a little bit if they want to start feeling even remotely safe.
Yep.
Man, this is going to get really, really scary here. Seven, when it comes to the squads at the bottom, which team do you really look at? Which one do you think has the ability to kind of pop off here?
Boring Protocol. I was kind of mentioning it there in regards to previous, most recent performances. The Panthers, I would usually put the Panthers up there, but that team has pretty much been a ghost the past 2 weeks. Boring Protocol is the only team I would put my money on out of those 3 at the bottom.
Well, let's see if they're going to put that money where that mouth is. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Glitter. We're going to get this next match started right here, right now. Let's go ahead and, of course, bring in our casters for this next one. There's only 2 matches left to go on this first day, and we're going to see who's going to come out on top swinging. Let's go ahead and bring in Span Cargo and Necro. Y'all take it away.
Thanks once again, Hot Jukes. Super excited about this because you already said it. We have 2 matches left. It's about to be our second Miramar, and you guys have been here, right? You watched the first Miramar, ended at an insane spot down there on the very southern side of Miramar on a road, and it got so close. 4 Bros chicken dinner just ripped away by Joey from Lazarus. I feel like it's either going to be Boring Protocol that obviously needs to step up their game, being in the bottom 3 that Heaven was talking about, or honestly, 4 Bros need to go ahead and get their revenge.
I mean, Boring Protocol is one of those teams that I went with, and unfortunately, they're not really having the best of the starts. I don't exactly know what can they try and do, but so far, yeah, this is something Boring Protocols cannot really afford. And considering the fact that we only have 2 more games left, this hurts. This hurts. First day is the day of momentum, and if you're not going to get it in your hands, then day 2 will be way much more pressurizing.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Hopefully they do a bit better in these last 2 games, because that is really going to set the tone potentially for tomorrow, right? I mean, I guess it could go 2 ways, right? If they do a little bit better, they're going to get pumped, they're going to come in tomorrow super confident, and they're just absolutely going to be cracked and do well, right? That, or they're going to continue to do horrible, and they're going to have that fire of like resentment and be like, ugh, we played horribly and we cannot let that happen again. And they could still come in tomorrow cracked. And I feel like at this point, all of these teams, in my opinion, have the ability to kind of shake off bad games or bad days, but obviously you can't just say that. We're gonna need to see that.
Yeah, I mean, bad games, at this point you cannot even call it bad games, right? I mean, it's understandable that you're gonna have bad games. It's gonna be at least 1 or 2, right? But if you're gonna have a series of bad games, then I don't know if it's a bad game or there's something going wrong between you guys, right? Because you cannot just call every single game a bad game. So this is something Boring Protocol will need to try and figure out. And I don't know what exactly should be done, because as you said, Lazarus as well in the previous Miramar map, with the proactiveness that they showed, they got the beautiful chicken dinner underneath their hands, and they were actually able to just carry on forward the momentum as well. So far Lazarus, they're doing quite okay. But Bob, man, I don't know what's going to help them.
Ooh, I mean, they have to help themselves, right? So hopefully it starts off this match, landing in Hasi as per usual, on the very edge of our first circle here. This is actually quite interesting. I like to see it be pulling over here on the western side. I don't know if we haven't had one kind of over here towards the side of Pozo in a bit, or at least Monte Nuevo. That could also be a pretty interesting ending, but we're gonna have to wait for the zone to get a little bit smaller. We can see a couple people actually, 19 Esports and Mezexis towards the southern side of this first circle, really close to each other and all spread out and scattered. That looks like our first potential fight in this match so far. Everybody else doing a pretty good job at staying away from each other.
Oh, they are. And then you can take a look at all the way on the left side of the map too, with the place where the Panthers are currently. And again, the Panthers not really in the best of spots. We do know Panthers is one of those teams that like to drop on the southern side of the map, right underneath Los Leones, but just because the plane fly path, they couldn't really go there. So the Panthers, an interesting improvisation, I would say. Panthers is always one of those teams that don't really like to contest the prime spots in the map, right? They don't really like to go for the prime spots where they're going to be finding a lot of loot, where cities like Los Leones, they don't really like to go for those cities in the map of Miramar. Instead, they try to drop on small compounds and get their loot done. And Panthers, so far, I don't know. They definitely need to step things up, as well as we do have the team of Polar Ace in front of us. And fight between Mezexis and 19 Esports. That's a great knock from Peralta.
Yeah, that M16 coming in clutch. I mean, we said that they were dropping way too close to each other, and it looks like Mezexis, they're going to be able to pull out a knock. Let's see if they're going to be able to get the flush. Looks like they're already making a move to try and get it here. I mean, he got the knock. He obviously wants that elimination point, right? But looks like Red, I mean, he's right there for his teammate. The only other thing, though, is he needs to get this res fast. if he's hoping that Mezexis is going to be pushing on that or something. It does look like they don't have a vehicle, though. If Mezexis had a vehicle, it would already be over, but they don't. So that's actually giving them time. They might get out of this, actually.
They might. But again, Rat's going to go for the res on the fallen man. So SB is going to be back up on his feet. Inactive and Yahir. Right on the map, too. SB, he cannot really just straight up peek out and try to go back to safety. He will need to try and patch himself up first and hope that maybe Rat's going to be able to provide some cover fire. But Rad, again, they have no clue so far. Mezexis as well, they've already taken an exit from that fray. They're nobody to be seen so far. And again, 19 Esports, not really a start that they want, but still, they are at least able to gather things up and they're looking decent for now.
Yeah, they're okay for right now. Looks like 19 Esports also has a vehicle. That's something that Mezexis at least does not, which could hurt them later on, right? I mean, as of right now, they do have a great spot inside of the circle, but if you do not have a vehicle inside of circle 1 and 2, like, I'm concerned, right? Like, if I do not have a vehicle inside circle 1 or 2, like, I just know that if this zone goes away from me, even the tiniest bit, that's going to be a struggle making that rotation. So hopefully they figure out something soon. They're already getting surrounded, though, by an entire other team. So we'll have to wait and see if anything will come of that. The Knights, though, the other team that kind of being a little bit rough, kind of coming back. Also excited to see how they're going to be playing out of this because they land Picado, you know, right in the smack center of this entire map, and they're still inside, of course, of the circle, coming in strong from this eastern side.
Yeah, that's a great question, too, how Knights are going to think this one out, because right in the smack center, now they have two choices. Either they can try to stay here or try to inch slowly and steadily a little bit more in the center of the next zone. Because, again, if the circle takes a huge shift away from them, the Knights, they will be thrown off guard indeed. So we do have the players of HQA in front of us. In league stages, HQA was doing quite good, but don't exactly know what's going on with them right now. Look at Benny. Oh, he lands that. Oh, flip it. Oh, there we go.
So close.
Close. I actually wanted his buggy to... I wanted his buggy to fall over.
Oh, that's evil.
I know.
I was just talking about how important vehicles are here, Necro. What the heck?
Yeah.
Don't curse these players too. Don't do it. Don't think about it. Knights, though, they're making a move, and 19 Esports, they have a massive spread down here. Look at those splits, though. Rad is actually staying inside the gas station where he saved his teammate SB, but SB decided to leave, and he's now holding an entirely different compound with one of his other teammates. So it looks like now they're very split, and they have a little bit of an infestation problem. They got a Knights team in the very center of them, so who even knows how they're going to get to each other now that spot is taken. Rad is basically cut off from the rest of his team. He's going to play the rest of this as a solo, basically. Hopefully he'll be able to continue to give information back to his team, but the Knights, that compound usually likes taking that gas station as well, so he needs to be careful that the Knights aren't going to start making a move over there too.
Look at 4 Bros. One of the player goes down. Master OP knocked out. Do want to find out, though, how 4 Bros now are going to try to think this out. Are they just going to let Master OP go? Oh, wow, just crawls out instead. And he's like, all right, just take me over already. Just end the misery. Just do it. Yep. And there we go. Now, HQA in front of our screens. And again, as I said, HQA was one of those teams that had a consistent league stage. Moving inside the grand finals. HQA, a lot of eyes are on them indeed. As Bob, they are in the front lines. I mean, talk about cursing a team. I picked up Bob, and so far, I'm just cursing them, I guess. Damn.
Yeah, it's not going too well. HQA, though, they are, and you can see King Pig trying to get up the side of this hill here. I mean, I definitely cursed 4 Bros for this one, too, so I guess we're both cursing teams, because I said maybe 4 Bros will be able to get revenge and actually win this match, right? And they're the only team that has lost people inside of this match so far, so that's a duo. Don't know how much more they're going to be able to do, especially inside of a Miramar game. I feel like Miramar, you know, it's the biggest map, right? It has the most amount of land. It's just, it is so important to keep your team alive, because otherwise there's just no way you're going to be able to keep watch on everything else inside of the zone. Ooh, here goes King Pig. Oh!
Almost made it. Almost.
So close.
It's okay, though. He landed it. So he can try to go
try again, don't worry.
You know what they say, try, don't cry. He's probably going to go for it again. But the airdrop as well is something that's going to land right on top of players of Nova and Knights. Not exactly on the top, but kind of close. If they do want to go for the upgrades, they definitely can. Lazarus and Vamp. A situation where Fierce too is kind of scared out just to peek. Swins hasn't really gotten any sort of glimmers onto Fierce yet. Fierce is definitely looking to peek out and at least take a couple of shots on Vamp, but every single team, at least so far, they're just waiting for the next circle shift and to find out how they're going to try to navigate their way inside. So we're probably going to be taking a look at the next circle soon. And there we go. Just centralize this up. So that means Knights, 19 Esports, XSET as well. They're going to be looking quite great so far. But XSET, I feel like the split, that's not going to be great. XSET should try to reunite.
For sure. A lot of these teams actually pretty spread apart in this situation. I mean, usually teams go ahead and do that a little bit earlier to definitely get a lot of information. But, oh, what did I say? I said that Knights would go on ahead and try taking this gas station. Looks like, unfortunately, for 19 Esports, I mean, 2 of them actually moved. They're able to get themselves a little bit better of a compound than they previously had. But Rad, he's still stranded here by himself with a member of the Knights directly on top of him. It's kind of like a stalemate, though, as of right now. Each team only having one person. Oh, except it's Xenox. Actually, Xenox, he had an amazing game earlier, almost getting a 1v4, right? Do you really think that one member of 19 Esports could stand in his way? I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Because I feel like the Knights are going to want to take this for sure.
Oh, they would want it, but look at the way how Xenox is moving too, slowly and steadily. But again, he gives the sound away with that reload. So yeah, just equalizes things. Xenox, he knows you're exactly here. Rad needs to find a safe way out of here, or maybe he can just try to camp it out. Again, that'll give him huge edge indeed. Xenox thought maybe there's going to be someone right behind this window, but that's not going to be the case for Rad. Instead, he's tucked inside one of those little closet rooms. Xenox still just trying to clear out angles by angles. You never know, Rad, where he's going to be. Because I'm telling you, man, Rad is really good at ratting. Like, we've seen him in the past. Whenever 19 Esports, they take a huge hit, Rad has to be the last man alive. And he does pretty okay job in securing at least some decent spot or decent placement points. So I would say he's pretty good at ratting.
Well, none of the Knights' teammates has come and helped out Xenox, so I would kind of assume that he's just going to be leaving at this point. I think he dropped a smoke on his truck there. He's tossing one on the back window as well. I mean, I would just assume that he's waiting for the smokes to bloom before he leaves, but yeah, here it is. Yep. He's starting to leave, making sure that that Rad isn't going to like just pop out as he's grabbing the truck and take those shots. Good usage of smoke here. Unfortunately, though, yeah, I mean, that truck is very damaged. He's still up, but he's definitely running to make sure that he meets up with the rest of his team. I've been keeping an eye on this, though, by the way. Up to the northwestern side, Vamp and Dope are just running into each other in one singular spot on this rotation. Same with WallStreetBets actually coming down this road. This huge, long road is just a big rotation point for a good amount of teams. So all these guys that drop super far to the northern side, they're trying to utilize it. And Dope, ooh, and Vamp, they're kind of holding it down. It doesn't look like anybody has been taken down just yet, however.
Yeah, he hasn't just yet, as you said. Swin's now just trying to move around as well. Vamp, they will find themselves at least a safe route out of this situation for now, but again, Dope too, they will try to capitalize or at least try to make inside the circle themselves, and maybe that's when they will potentially crash against each other, as we do have WallStreetBets too making quite a late rotation in this game. They're still out in the blue, tanking a lot of damage, and now this next circle shift has to be a hard shift away, and this time it'll actually shift down south. Not as hard as I expected, but still, majority of the teams were up north, and now they will have to try and move inside, and this is probably when we'll see an absolute pandemonium.
Oh man, everybody in their vehicles. Once again, they know that the southern side of this new circle is completely empty. So, of course, the Panthers are going to start filling it in, right? And this is actually an interesting circle in that it's centering right on the city of Chumacera. Down to the southern side, there is a huge mountain that, honestly, the Panthers, they're currently on their way there right now, and it could give them a lot of information.
Oh,
but
trade!
Wait a second, a trade came through from the nade and the shots. I'm not surprised to see Dope, Vamp eventually running into each other down this road. A little bit surprised actually that Vamp decided to kind of stop here, and now they're losing a member because of that. But it looks like Dope will at least be able to get Resin to third fallen team member.
Yeah, it's interesting. Swins decided to just stop in that compound and then he just get marched on by the players of Dope. Should not have stopped, instead kept it moving, but we still don't exactly know what happened in that situation because it wasn't really covered by the observers. As we do have 19 esports in front of us. The Chosen, again, are going to be one of those teams that might just cause a bit of trouble for the players of 19 esports. Alucard taking a lot of hits on himself, but finally now going to be back inside the cover. As we do know, the next circle shift is shifted away from the players of 19 esports. Both these teams are barely making it inside the edge. They don't really have the best of the compounds to work around with, so they will need to try and reposition as quick as possible if they do want to have one of the prime spots. Because so far in the game, the center of the zone is occupied by a lot of teams. We do see the two of the 4 Bros players already inside Tumasera, and this ending can be really interesting. We might just see an urban ending here.
Oh, I'm going to love it if it ends inside of Tumasera. That's going to be very interesting, especially because the entire northern side of it is basically in a huge bowl. That's going to be a lot of interesting low and high ground fights that we're going to end up seeing. Right now, though, everybody's kind of just struggling to get inside of this next zone. Definitely wanting to try and find a safe place to play and just battle it out, it seems. So there's a lot of people still mainly around the edges of the circle. So nobody's going to be going into the center just yet, except I am surprised to see the Panthers actually sent it right on into the northern side instead of staying up on the side of the hill. 4 Bros, though, as that duo, they've been inside of Chuma for a little bit, and as a duo, kind of getting inside that city pretty early on, that's the best thing for you because you don't have to worry about the hardcore aggression along the outskirts of the zone. You can kind of just wait, hold up, and hard cover and wait for people to kind of crash on you to take those easier fights.
Oh, but look out on the left side of the map, Dope and WallStreetBets. Let me tell you what, Dope, even though you guys are feeling pretty good so far, if you do crash against the players of WallStreetBets, things are going to get quite heated up, so you might as well try to avoid the eyes of WallStreetBets. But this time, the circle is going to shift up north, a little bit tilted on the left side. 4 Bros still barely making it. I thought we were going to see one of those urban endings, but that's not going to be the case. The circle shift up north. That means that in the prime spot currently is the Chosen.
I love this. Lazarus XSET taking a huge fight. J-Way actually running over yet another member of Lazarus, taking out Kazeki just like that. That was a really quick fight, actually, for the side of XSET. Not even one of them was taken down. So Lazarus out in a blink of an eye, and XSET actually has 6 elimination points on the board so far. Dope and Vamp running into each other once again, though. You did call this out. They are still right next to each other, and it looks like Menace is trying to do something with these nades here. Might just be able to catch out Mayo on this, but unfortunately just does not. There's so many ridges on this small little hill right in front of him that it's just getting really difficult to have this utility do any kind of damage. Dope technically has the advantage here. They could just go on ahead, disengage, and go up to the northern side, go for the circle, but they're deciding to stay. They're deciding to stay and take this fight. Mayo goes down. Benny now the last one alive there, and he is knocked as well. It's now just down to Rage that is left for Vamp, and he's not anywhere close. He's actually the very southern side of this new circle. Look at him. He's inside of Chuma, now living his life as a solo.
She said, living his life as a solo. Still, though, just because the circle shifted up north, a lot of teams indeed got screwed over that were all the way on the down south. I thought the Panthers are going to be having a great game this one, but that's not the case. The Panther 2 now caught off guard with the circle as BTOWN just trying to mow some shots down in the front. The Panthers 2, they have to move in. It doesn't matter even if one of the players does get caught off guard. They will have to keep moving. Fallen soldiers cannot be retrieved for now as the Panthers, they're now also trying to make some smooth pathways in. One of the players got caught off guard out in the open. Moso now is still out in the open, unfortunately. He ran out of smokes, did not really have another smoke just to provide him that cover. So Dope, they're going to find a quick elimination for themselves. As Dope now, they're probably going to try to move back to Menace is quite hurt, so Menace needs to be saved.
I actually really like that the Panthers tried sending at least one person up onto the top of this hill to try and do some damage and get eliminations. Because I was kind of confused why they just went into Chuma immediately, but you can see that he tried and he is currently knocked. And the rest of the Panthers safely inside of Chumasera. So it's a little bit unfortunate that they didn't decide to be up on top of the hill in the first place, because they probably could have capitalized a lot off that Dope versus Vamp fight. But now they're just losing members after trying to send a couple of people, right? Of course, it's not just down to the southern side side where there's a fight happening along the edge. It's Nova running into Bot, boarding protocol. I think Acer is now the last one alive, and he's not even inside of zone. So a lot of teams at this point are struggling. I think there's only 6 teams left, actually, with all of their members left up, and we still have 14 teams. So it's difficult out here. Frady getting another knock onto Dope as well. Everybody's just trying to get inside the zone. It is so difficult. This next zone actually about to pop too, but oh man, Menace gets the trade. The Panthers now with only 1 person left up. This is not looking good for them.
Oh, this indeed is not. Poppies went down, so Frady is going for the res on to Fallen Man. As Frady is the only man left alive. 2 of the players of Dope 2 fall down. This is not looking great for Dope indeed. But again, those 2 players can be saved indeed if Menace wants to. The next circle is going to shift right on top of the players of Polar Ace. A great spread for themselves, but still they will need to try and reunite as quick as possible because now the teams are going to start to hit inside the zone pretty soon as Dope. There we go. The final man 2 will fall down as the Panthers are doing a great job cleaning up this field, but they themselves don't really have a lot of players up, and that's going to be something that needs to be capitalized on. So Poppy will go for the res on to Frady, but Panthers, just a 2-man trying to make it in. They don't really have a lot of firepower.
Yeah, 2-man with a dream at this point because the zone is very far away and they have about like 5 teams in between them and this next circle. This next circle, the very southern side of it is actually basically a big ridge, a big hill, and it's already taken up by Polar Ace. In fact, Polar Ace has basically taken up this entire next zone. There's 2 of them up on the northern side, 2 of them down to the southern side. Polar Ace just spread out completely, holding this entire circle. I wish y'all could see. You can see 2 of them on the very southern side here, but surely they're going to condense soon because otherwise I don't know how they're going to win this game, but just look at how spread they are. That's insane.
Yeah, that's what I said, right? But again, that spread's not going to work out, especially when the circle currently doesn't really have a lot of teams, and teams will probably try to crash inside the next zone. So Polar Ace, they will need to try and reunite. Chronix is still separated out, and that's personally something I'm not really a huge fan of for us. Tried to take some shots, but unfortunately hit those rails in the front. So that could have been a free knockout, but unfortunately the railing took all the bullets. And now we have the players of Knights crashing up against the players of HQA. HQA, they're getting dismantled. And Knights, a great job ruling out the players of HQA from this game. Out from 11th spot, Knights, a great cleanup again. But XSET so far, they're looking so good. We know XSET span in the league stage week 1. XSET Miramar was their strong suit. And even inside this one, it seems like Miramar has to be their game.
They're ready. They have the 7 elimination points. They just want to make their lead even bigger. BTOWN is now out, so now we're officially down to just 8 teams left. It kind of took a while to get to this point, but hey, we're getting towards the end game at this point. Here we go. Polar Ace now. They did make a move onto the southern side, kind of choosing to hold this instead. 3 of them are here, except they are leaving Chronix up to the northern side of the zone. So we'll see if that's going to help or hurt them in a little bit. They have to deal with both Nova, WallStreetBets, and Mezexis down to the southern side. It looks like Mezexis kind of helping out, taking down QZ from Nova. He's still alive, but of course, trying to take the fight. Here we go. At this point, Mezexis is just so damaged. WallStreetBets is helping out a ton as well. Kiyoshi will take out the last member of Nova here. The play zone's trying to do a lot of damage to these other members. Inactive gets down and out here. WallStreetBets just 1 of them left. It's Stevo. Let's see if he'll be able to get these rests on his teammates or if Mezexis will start the big pushover. But honestly, Polar Ace, with both of them up on top of the hill, they should be able to clean this up quite easily.
Oh, they should be. Nemesis going for the res on the Fallen Man, 24K. Oh, he's the instrumental player for the team indeed, and WallStreetBets do want to make sure 24K is going to be back up on his feet as XSET. They still are looking pretty okay. Chronix getting taken down. This is exactly what I said, Polar Ace. Chronix, it doesn't make any sense that Chronix is so separated out from your squad. He should have tried to reunite, but that's not the case now. The next circle, again, kind of favoring the players of Polar Ace. Shouldn't really be that tough for them to try and make it inside, as WallStreetBets just mowing down shots in the front. Mezexis in the receiving end. Polar Ace taking some unwanted fights. This is not what you guys want.
Nope, it's not looking good. I'm actually really upset at Polar Ace. They had 3 people down here. They could have been able to clean this up, but instead, now it's WallStreetBets taking control. They know that there's only one person left from Mezexis down here. It's Peralta slowly healing on up inside the blue zone. We'll see if WallStreetBets gets this elimination or if Peralta is just going to succumb to the blue zone. Of course, now it's just Salt left. Salt, usually the last player out for Polar Ace, I swear, making a big rotation right in the direction of the Knights. That just might be an easy elimination for them. Of course, the play zone actually takes them out, but Mezexis is out as well, and we're down to our last 4 teams. WallStreetBets, honestly, being up here on top of this hill, they might be able to see this altercation between Salt and the Knights. Wait a second. The Knights, they're all taken out by XSET on the northern side. They were barely close to them at all. That was a long-range fight that did not go in the way of the Knights. They're out, and honestly, XSET, this might be another chicken dinner for them if they play this carefully.
I mean, this has to be, right? XSET, they're looking so good. All 4 players up to XSET. I mean, there has to be their game because that's the only team with the most amount of manpower so far. All 4 players up. WallStreetBet might just be the biggest threat, but well, if WallStreetBets keep on peeking out like that, then XSET will get some free shots in, and any sort of chip damage at this point, none of these teams can afford that. WallStreetBets, the wall of death is moving in. WallStreetBets will need to try and make it in as quick as possible, and this is where they will probably be the most exposed. And yep, you might as well just count them out because this is one of the most riskiest rotation. Nemesis going for it too, is catching a lot of bullets doing so, but finally he's back to safety.
Oh no, and they didn't go for underneath the ridge here. If they had gone for underneath the ridge, they might have been able to kind of sneak up, be in control of some peaks on the XSET, but instead, they decided to stop at that shack. That shack much further away. That's going to be difficult. Of course, it does look like they realize they need to get on the ridge. Unfortunately, Nemesis does go down. That just leaves Stevo. Stevo versus the entirety of XSET. I mean, it's only a matter of time at this point, and that is it. XSET, not a single one of them getting taken out. That was a huge game for them. A 29-point game with all those chicken dinners and the win. The eliminations and the win. Oh man, I'm just really excited for XSET and how they're performing right now. Today, they're doing absolutely amazing.
Yeah, 14 eliminations all by themselves. Like I said, indeed, they're doing absolutely phenomenal so far. But again, man, they're just proving, right? They're the defending champions in the first place, right? XSET, none of us expected this coming inside this grand final, especially that XSET aren't going to be performing this much or this well in the day one, and they're actually able to pull it off too, as we do take a look at the round report. And 24K, though, steals it away this time with most eliminations.
Yeah, we got 2 members of WallStreetBets. Look at that. Steve actually top traveler, so they were moving around a lot.
Oh, yeah.
We're still able to grab that 2nd place position. It's going to be a cool switch up there, though. He broke 1,000 damage this match, which is huge for them. I mean, with the amount of eliminations that they were able to grab, though, I'm not surprised at all.
I mean, that's what I was about to mention too. WallStreetBets, if you remember, it was one of those teams that took the late rotation inside the zone. And this was what I was about to mention too when the action was about to heat up, but then we just saw a lot of action in front of us, so I kind of forgot about it. But WallStreetBets, they had some of the most impressive rotations inside the zone, and that definitely is something that is really remarkable because the way they were able to rotate and still not taking any sort of casualties onto themselves, that indeed was really impressive. But Aceman, it seems like that's going to be it from our side after the Game 5. Let's take a look at what the analysts have to say after this short break.
PUBG Mobile is a comprehensive game with many different mechanics and unique aspects of gameplay. The different training modes are perfect to focus on each individual aspect and sharpen your skills. The most popular gameplay modes are Arena Training and TDM that pits players in a 4 vs 4 gunfight on a small map. These modes serve as a close-range training to sharpen your gun skills and build your reflexes. To improve on-point ADSing and recoil control, players can try out the War mode, which launches you in a fairly large space on Erangel map against 19 other enemies. Here, you can improve your AR and SMG sprays as well as train yourself for bolt action mastery. Sniper training under the arcade section is also a must-try. Your sniping skills are put to test here, when both you and your opponent are trying to one-tap each other. You can also try quick matches in arcade mode, which basically is a mini battle royale. Everything that you have learned, you can put to the test in its 8-minute matches. PUBG Mobile is not all about grinding and competition, but also about enjoying and having fun and exploring the game. No matter if you're a heavy grinder or a casual explorer, there's a place for everyone in PUBG Mobile. Tell us which mode is your favorite and why in the comments below.
Welcome back, everybody. Whew, it was WallStreetBets that got the first 2 chicken dinners so far here in the finals, and now it's XSET, the defending champs, busting out 2 chicken dinners so far. Wow, that is how you start off the finals. Of course, let's give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners here. Wow, I mean, what can we say? I ain't gonna lie. I thought we were gonna be seeing the Knights and Nova busting out 2 chicken dinners each, but now look at this: the defending champs, XSET, WallStreetBets, coming out hot. I'm telling you, the finals, something different, Glitter, something different.
Yeah, and I think what's gonna be even scarier is the fact that it's not just Knights that we're talking about which teams can afford like a bad day here and there. Now it's quite a few teams, Nova in there as well, so things are going to get a little bit scary here, but we can take a look at the match ranking and see just how solid a game both XSET and WallStreetBets had here. 14 elims, 10 elims apiece, almost that 30-point chicken dinner mark for XSET. Polar Ace, though, doing a really good job nailing down some of those placement points while they were unable to get as many elims. Knights, once again, has kind of like this middle of the pack performance that they've had quite a few times here today. So it's nothing too flashy, but it's enough to keep them at least upward trending after we saw them make a very brief appearance on the second page for the overall. Boring Protocol getting a couple more points. Dope and Chosen getting a couple more points. But, you know, up here is not Nova, is not... I mean, like, Lazarus obviously had a little bit of a rough game here, but generally... I mean, I'm mostly kind of worried about the Novas and the Knights.
I'm with you. Yeah, actually, you know what? 5 games in. No, 4 games in. Glitter, I'm starting to be on that boat, okay? I kind of have to agree with what Hot Jukes has been saying. The finals are different, and I think a lot of teams might be playing different. And it might be surprising Nova. It might be surprising Knights. So if we take it from that angle, they do have to be careful, right? We were saying earlier in the day, they might have some games to throw and stuff like that. But it's going to be interesting to see how they finish off today. Overall, though, XSET has been performing so well. You guys said it. Second team now to get 2 chicken dinners here on the finals. I think that's quite impressive considering we still have that 6th and final match left. WallStreetBets continue on that performance. And now... I'm starting to get a little bit worried for the teams at the bottom, because I don't want to go into day 2 and teams already thinking it's like, you know what, 19 Esports, the Panthers, we're looking at you and we're looking at some free points. I don't think that's the mentality that some of these teams want to have. And look at the damage here from XSET, 2,400 damage, 14 elims, WallStreetBets too. I'm really impressed with this team. I cannot speak even more wonders out of them. The way they've been performing, 1,600 damage, 10 elim points for them. The Chosen too. I know a lot of us talk about this team, so there's just so much that can happen still, Glitter, here in this finals.
I feel like Chosen is very similar to HQA in like they're very quiet, sneaky, but sometimes they get very consistent and under the radar type play style. So it's always interesting to see Chosen pop up here, whether that's top damage or doing well overall in our match results. So it's nice to see them making an appearance up here. Nice to see Dope having a couple times that they've been up here as well, and at least showing themselves to be performing better than what we saw last time around. But now we get to take a look at the top players, 7, and you have to be excited about this one.
Okay, sorry, let me put on my glasses. Who is that there from XSET?
Back, baby.
Who is it? Oh, that's right. Kill Switch, 1,000 damage, 4 elims, and WallStreetBets 24K. I mean, man, you've been doing some work too. 652 damage, 6 elims. J-Way 2, 736 damage, 4 elims to himself. XSET is just a completely different team. And listen, XSET, I'm still going to be a little bit of a doubter until we get into tomorrow. And I want to continue to see this performance. I just want to see you guys being able to carry it from day to day, okay? I'm loving what you guys are doing. But, man, I just been heartbroken way too many times by you guys. But Kill Switch, keep on doing your thing, man. I love seeing you being able to showcase your skills.
You know, normally I would be shocked, Seven, but you know what? I'm going to agree with that. I'm going to agree with that because you know what? Hate seems to fuel the fire of XSET. And man, is that fire looking strong right now. And I got to agree here. We got one match coming up here. And if they are able to finish another great performance here, they're going to have one heck of a point gap going into tomorrow. So that's what we want to see here. Look at their map performance. Are you kidding me? With this amount of elims? I mean, I'm kind of doing the math in my head. They must have really surpassed so many squads and just elims alone here, Glitter.
This is crazy too because you're looking at these stats, right? And you have to realize that the Erangel match is that's a solo match. Miramar, they've played twice. Now Sanhok, they've played twice. And if you didn't know that, you wouldn't be thrown off by this. It would look like they'd played the same amount of times on every single map. And that is just impressive out of XSET. I know you're saying you're a little bit skeptical, Seven, but now we have cold, hard consistency numbers here for XSET across all of these maps. They are looking like a scary squad.
They are. As I said, I'm not against it. I'm loving what I'm seeing. I just want to continue to see this tomorrow. I've been heartbroken too many times by this team. Okay, so I just would like to see that performance continue tomorrow.
Hey, you know what? I am the same way with the Knights as well. You know, I have been heartbroken before, and I don't want to be heartbroken again. So I think it's really good if we take a look at these two squads' stats and make a little bit of a comparison. You got the defending champs, the team that we thought was going to be the new champs, if we're really being honest. Seven, look at the difference here so far.
Yeah, big difference. I mean, that just speaks volumes of the exits currently have. And the average damage, usually when you see 882, like that's pretty solid damage. But we're talking about top 5 teams. We're talking about who's going to be moving to America. So when you see 1,515, that sounds a lot better. Average placement is currently, I'm actually surprised that it's currently the same. And we move down and then we see a big difference right there in regards to elims. Right now, XSET, everybody is just currently out fragging. And what's a big surprise is just that fragging power, because if you even looked at the average survival time, that's almost identical. That is just 19 seconds difference. And right now, XSET is being able to take full advantage in regards to just their fragging power. So I'm hoping today, I mean, I want to see Coops. I want to see Xenox. We saw what happened in the earlier match of Miramar. We almost saw Xenox destroy Nova. It just didn't happen. There's flashes of greatness there. I think it will all feel a lot better if we just see Knights and Nova just come out with a great final game.
Yeah, I agree. That was so close. And this thing's going to get even closer here coming in the next couple of days. But there's a lot left here on the line. But we got one match here for the rest of the day. And you know what? WallStreetBets. WallStreetBets have just been popping off here right out the gate, coming in super strong. So why don't we take a look, you know, when it comes to WallStreetBets best player versus XSET's best player, Glitter.
Listen, we had to compare our two chicken dinner squads at this point. Okay, we had to pick the best on each team and see where they were kind of shaking out. And I am very impressed, to say the least, right now with kill switches, damage numbers. But look at how close, even though there's a huge damage disparity, look how close the elims are. 24K has been putting in work today for WallStreetBets. And I mean, this is just impressive. Killswitch on the other end has almost that perfect conversion, which is something we always love to see. 7 with the 13 knocks and the 14 elims. But I mean, these two players going head to head right now, I even just specifically with WallStreetBets 7, I don't know that we would have from the beginning of the day anticipated that it was going to be 24K putting up these types of numbers, but so many WallStreetBets players have now proven that they are ready to step up to the plate.
I'm with you. I thought it was going to be Drago with Killswitch. I'm a fanboy of him. Okay, you guys have heard me say enough stuff about Killswitch, so it makes me so happy to see him there at the top 2 in XSET. That's right, Hot Jukes. XSET currently in first place with the 79 points. WallStreetBets with the 73. Don't worry, we'll get to see how that shakes up after this match, Hot Jukes.
Yes, we will. And I'll tell you what, you know, when it comes to these squads, I look at XSET, the defending champs, you know that they want to win this one. At the end of the day, I think when it comes to all these teams, they want to be in the top 5. That's like the ultimate goal. You want to make sure you go to that next stage. But when it comes to XSET, they want to be the back-to-back. And the Knights, it's a matter of pride here, 7, right? So in this last match, we got one left to go. Are we going to see the Knights pop off here? What do you think?
they better pop off. They have to pop off. They don't want to start off the next day with a 30-point deficit, even though I know that they could probably catch up. That's just not the pressure that I want them to be under. I want them to be able to play their game. So Knights, come on, man. Pop off already. Show us what you guys got.
These teams are going to be clawing for one of those top 5 positions, so you don't know what's going to happen in the later days. You definitely want to get those points in early. So I'm going to ask that for you, Seven. But when it comes to Glitter, what about Nova?
I'm back on for the last game of the day. Seven's on Knights, and I'm back on Nova. Okay, it's got to happen.
All right. Well, let's see if it is going to happen. Thank you so much, Glitter. Thank you so much, Seven. We're going to go ahead and get into this last match. Let's go ahead and bring in our casters for this one. And oh, is it going to be a good one? I hope y'all guys are ready. Span, Necro, have a good one.
Thanks once again for the last time today, because you're right, we're about to be going to the last match on Erangel as per usual. And man, both of our analysts choosing Nova and Knights, it's making me a tiny bit worried, because on Erangel we know that those two teams, like a good portion of the time, run into each other.
Yeah, they do, and both those teams are pretty good too, so it's hard to say which one will take this one. But let me tell you what, if you ask me, just to bring in a little bit of variety, I'm going to close my eyes and pick my hand on the round rankings on the map feed that I have, and I'm going to be like, all right, eyes open, 4 bros, let's go. I'm going to 4 bros. Okay. I think 4 bros are going to take this one. Let's see how much my luck's going to favor me. But as we do see, the plane flat pad this time is going to be starting all the way from military base towards Stalbert. That means a team like the Panthers won't really have that much amount of trouble to try and get to that drop spot. 4 bros as well. We do see them sometimes kind of splitting around Fair Pier and even the military island. So I do want to see what sort of capitalization can be seen from the side of 4 bros.
I mean, I said that I wanted to see him do something last match, and unfortunately that fell apart. So in this one, you have to wait and see. But I do know that XSET has insane stats on Erangel so far. So I don't know. I chose XSET for today. I feel like I'm just going to have to continue with the XSET. They're already like at the highest high, I know, but just one more match, because I am admittedly still worried that the next 2 days might not be the same for them. So at least one more good game today. I'm excited to see what it's going to be. Our plane path, you already mentioned it, a little bit over there towards the eastern side. Yeah. I'm really curious to see where the circle is going to go, and it should be revealing itself in just a couple
standard.
seconds. And there it is. Yeah, standard. I mean, centering around Gaka, but once again, I feel like kind of the theme of today is the plane path is on one side of the zone, and the first circle decides to pop on the opposite. And this is happening once again.
Indeed it is, but this is something that's not going to catch a lot of teams off guard. It's kind of like, okay, as I said, just a little standard circle, nothing much to be worried about. But again, I do want to see where the circle's going to be ending towards. That's something that can bring a little bit of fire, a little bit of spiciness in this game. As 4 bros, again, they have a huge chance to try and just camp the players of the Panthers out, because if 4 bros do decide to do a bridge camp right there, which they usually don't, but if this time they do want to go for a bridge camp, they definitely can't set themselves up. The Panthers will indeed have a hard time getting out. XSET 2, all the way to Milta. And considering the fact that how XSET they've been looking like in these maps, I feel like XSET, they're going to be one of the most scariest teams moving inside the map of Erangel.
You have to wait and see. Whatever they've been doing so far today clearly is working, so we'll have to keep an eye on it and see what it is. I'm sure all of the teams after this are going to be taking a look at what XSET did today, going through with that VOD review, making sure that they're prepared for tomorrow and the last day for the next games to come. Because even after, I mean, 6 games it's a pretty long time. That's a big commitment to be going on ahead and playing, but it does not end after that. Like, VOD review does happen every single day during the finals, right? So after they play these games, they're going to sit down, they're going to VOD review, they're going to see what they can improve, see what other teams are doing, and just trying to analyze how other teams are even playing this game in hopes that that knowledge will help their macro play in the next gameplay. So it's a lot to think about, of course. And at this point, it really seems like our first circle is at least filling in pretty nicely.
It is. 19 Esports 2 SB is someone that's kind of down to half HP, but it's again okay. 19 Esports, they got themselves those vehicles, and now they're all the way towards Georgia Pool containers. They're going to take their sweet little time. So we do have the players of WallStreetBets, and Interesting. All right, well, at least they're able to safely make it towards Water City and Rozhok. They're going to find themselves a safe spot for now. But again, WallStreetBets, they've bought quite a lot of time from the initial zone. But again, just because they're inside and it's the standard circle, it's covering majority of the Erangel side. So I would say, it's not going to be that big of a problem for WallStreetBets to kick things off in Water City and Rozhok.
And I mean, I'm feeling pretty comfortable with them. They've been doing pretty well so far today, of course. So I'm not worried about them whatsoever. Yeah, look at that in that second place position with 73 points. So WallStreetBet, XSET, they're pretty set in this match. Again, keeping a big eye on them though, because they've clearly been doing something very much right, while those teams towards the bottom are having a struggle of some sort. So we're going to try and figure out what exactly that is. And as of right now, I mean, WallStreetBets are inside of the zone. XSET is not, Knights are not, Nova is. So who knows? This first rotation might be a little bit difficult for a couple of these teams. You already said for XSET, but Knights as well. It's another team I'm a tiny bit worried about. But of course, I just have to assume that they're going to be driving towards Potato Hill because they love going there on Erangel.
They indeed do. Nova this time all the way underneath Pachinki. They're trying to make their way towards the high grounds, but again, they might just crash against the players of 4Bros. And Menace, tough luck, man.
He just crashed into a hay bale and then crashed into a tree. It's a rough time out here, man. Like all these things are just moving while I'm driving, you know?
You know what? I don't blame him. I will blame the person who put it there. if I was the one playing, I'd be like, who put that there? Come on, man. Are you kidding me? Why would you put that there? You couldn't find a better spot to put it in? Because again,
level designer, SMH. Yeah.
Come on, man. Well, again, this was something that used to happen with me quite a lot when I used to play this game, and there's been quite a lot of moments too where I would think that, okay, this shouldn't really be that big of a deal in my way, and I just straight up go and I crash, and then I just get taken down and I just rage. So yeah, thank God there's no one there around, and he won't really have that rage moment, but still, it's okay. Things are looking quite good for him, as we do have the player centering up now. Born Protocol 2 looking quite good on that Pachinki Hill. Again, at this point in time, most of the teams there are just probably waiting for the next circle to take a shift.
Oh, for sure. I mean, even Dobie, right? Nobody was around them. They're like safely in the fields around Gaka. They actually have a really nice split, growing and grabbing quite a lot of compounds around that area. And that's what a couple of these teams are trying to do. You can even see Nova here trying to play inside of this big forest, gaining as much territory as possible. But oh my goodness, they have to be careful. 4Bros, they're starting to make a big movement right towards them, spawning out Kindness here. Unfortunately, not going to do too much damage. And one of them is going to get traded instead. No way. Kindness actually gets a knock onto Lori. Nova kicking it into action. I'm surprised all of 4Bros, all 4 of them, are stacked up on that tiny rock. And that is just going to mean that Nova is going to know exactly where all of them are. Lori getting knocked once again. At this point, you just got to go ahead and leave them. And there's no point. You get in that vehicle and go, especially the nades. They're popping right on over. Nova being super aggressive. This is a team you do not want to mess with this early on. And Leon,
can I change my pick?
Nobody leaves. No, it's too late. 4Bros will be.
I'm gonna go with Bob.
Place position.
Dude, what? Has the Zute powers transferred into me? What's going on? Why? I feel bad. I'm sorry, guys. This is not something that I really saw coming, but yeah, 4Bros. Unfortunately, Nova just pedal to the metal, realizing this might just be an easy cleanup for them, and they do get it done. And Nova, so far, they're going to be looking pretty good in this game. 4 elimination points to kick things off in this one, as Nova, they're probably going to try to situate themselves in a better spot. The Panthers, too, straight up against the players of Nova. I do see it on my map feed. We might just see another potential clash, as Nova currently there guarding that compound, too.
Oh, man. I mean, it really is Nova Knights. We already talked about this, that are needing to gain those points for this match. So Nova already getting 4 on the board. The first team getting any kind of points, actually. So starting off strong, I will say. Once again, I feel like this last match and this one so far, every fight that we saw, especially early on, it was just like a blink of an eye fight where the opposing team just disappeared off the face of Erangel or the map. And that was the end of it. Unfortunately for SB, looks like he's finding himself caught out in the open, crashed into that tree, and now the Chosen is wanting to take him out. Fortunately, he does have some smokes. His teammates are all around as well. That's exactly what I was thinking. Go going ahead and destroy that vehicle, but it looks like he's trying to bait it for right now, having his reticle right on where that driver's seat is, and it's
that's
going
brilliant.
to work. Yeah, it works. Gaji actually goes on ahead and gets that knock. He's right up on top of the hill, so that is going to be a secure point for them, because I doubt that 19 Esports are going to be able to get that on the side of that open hill.
That is so brilliant. Well played from them. They do get the confirmation through, but yeah, we do have the most eliminations as the elimination leader on the left side, and Killswitch currently doing a great job so far, as we do have the next circle shift, and again, it's going to go ahead and center on up. So the first two circles aren't really taking any sort of hard shifts. Instead, it's the third and the fourth, which teams will need to try and keep their eyes on, as we do have all sort of teams just straight up getting in their vehicles. Huge wave of vehicles just trying to move inside the next zone. Nova currently in the prime spot, right in the smack center. Bob too won't really need to move. They have the best high ground to play around with in this one. Do you want to see, though, how they're going to try to navigate their way through? As we do have XSET all the way down south, edging their way in the better spot. Knights in front of us, eyeing out the players of Lazarus.
Oh man. At this point, there is no more wiggle room, right, Necker? I mean, everybody has completely filled in the center of this zone, because it has been the same center for the first two circles. Now this next zone that shifts, if anybody goes for any sort of a huge crazy rotation or big movement, it could just be a mistake, because honestly every single place is filled. It is dangerous everywhere that you go, so that's going to be something to kind of look forward to, I will say, coming into this next shift, on whether or not there is going to be anything potentially open or just these rotations in general. But we're just going to have to wait and see. Otherwise, people, especially since this is the last game, I think people are kind of getting hit by a little bit of a reality check, right? Like, they're realizing, oh, this is the last game of the first day of the finals. We need to be careful. We need to stay alive, and we need to get as many points as possible to prepare us for the next 2 days, because if they do not get points now, that of course is just going to make all of their games harder the rest of finals. So I think that's why we're kind of seeing a little bit of a slower start to this one. It's just a complete opposite from what we've seen in the majority of the games today.
BTOWN right here. Again, so far so good for them too, as Knights, they're just on top of this church, and they have a great control of that area. And whichever teams that's trying to pass by, they're taking a lot of shots. Kiyoshi, better watch out. Again, the speed on the motorcycles, that's something that's going to save him. But look at Gachi too from the side of the Chosen. He's trying to eye some players out, but he's not going to be able to do anything so far. He's quite separated out. This split that the Chosen has, it's quite an interesting one too. But Gachi, you need to be careful. You're quite out in the open. If there's going to be even one of those players that'll try to take you down, and if you do go down in that spot, then things won't really look that great for you. Bop over here, Carnage, spots out the entire team of Polar Ace and knows the entire team is inside that one single house. A lot of info indeed given away, but at this point, again, we're not really seeing a lot of fights happen. It was quite an easy rotation for these teams, easy piece of cake, as we do have Lazarus against HQA.
Oh, poor Joey. Joey has done so well for Lazarus today, but it looks like HQA is going to basically be targeting him, right? I mean, Lazarus, no other members on this side of the row. Kaseki on the other side. It does look like he will be able to get a knockout to one, though. He knows that he could have gotten an advantage jumping up into the shack here, and that's exactly what he's doing. Instantly, though, going for the res. Let's see if he'll be able to get another knock on a Sup Pig. Super low HP, but opens the door, and there's 3 people in there. Joey with the huge play, once again continuing Lazarus's massive plays for today. That means that there's only one member of HQA left, and look, it's that. It's Cross just laying prone in that building down there. All of Lazarus is here now. They know it's just one more person to clear on out.
Well, this is what you call how the tables turned. HQA, they realized one of the players from the side of Lazarus was isolated in that building, so they kept the pedal to the metal, but unfortunately... What? I'm so... dude, I should not have laughed, but what?
I'm not quite sure. All I know is for sure that HQA is now our second team out, and Lazarus, they're gonna go on their way. They no longer have to worry about a solo, and they need to get better spot inside of the zone. So they're gonna be making a wide rotation. I'm honestly, speechless. But the zone did shift, and it actually hard shifted Necro. We were wondering if this was going to happen, whether or not that middle of the middle of the previous circles are going to be shaken up, and it does in fact do so, kind of centering around now that Pachinki hill that Boring Protocol actually has laid claim to. So this is going to be quite an interesting perspective, seeing from where they're seeing. But of course, the fights are continuing to pop off. It looks like yet another explosion, a couple of more people being taken down. But otherwise, everybody's trying to get themselves a little bit of a home here. Here we go.
Of course. They have to do it. Oh, it actually hit the frame, dude! Oh, I know what exactly happened. It's probably his gyro on the phone. So he was setting the nade up, and then at the last second, unfortunately, the gyro probably moved, and he hit the frame in the middle, the line in the middle. He hit that, so the nade just bounced and it stayed on the frame. Oh my God. We also saw that in the trajectory. That's what exactly happened. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's just, you know, some people are just very unlucky, and that was just a very good example of that, unfortunately. I guess Cross doesn't have to worry about him anymore, though, because he's out of the game. I mean, Lazarus, though, they were outside of zone, so it'll be interesting to see where they're going to be coming into. But what's interesting about this one is that there's going to be a lot of teams trying to find some place to play inside of these fields, actually. And from what we know of field fights or field endings, they're insane. It's so difficult to go ahead and play outside of there. And it actually looks like, before we get to that, Mezexis and Lazarus, we were just talking about them. Lazarus making the rotation. They're going to be running into Mezexis. Oh, Kaseki with a huge knock into Peralta now. It looks like he's going to be able to heal on up, and now there's only 3 members of Mezexis left to deal with on the top of this hill. An Active trying to toss over some nades, possibly do some damage onto Lazarus, but it doesn't look like any of them are going to hit. And they're just out of there. They're not deciding to take that fight, actually.
Yeah, they do not really want any sort of business with that one. Mezexis just straight up booking it out of that spot. As the next circle is going to center on up on the players of Bop, and look at that. Oh my God, Bop, they also have a great high ground to play with. Bop again, but the problem might just be where they might just be contested by a lot of teams, but I'm going to hold on to my words. It's the players of the Panthers against the players of Mezexis. And, well, you blink it and you miss it. There we go. Mezexis just getting wiped out from existence. Great job from the Panthers, but the Panthers still will need to try and make their way in, because the open grounds are going to be something that might just lead to their demise.
Yeah, that was a great play coming in through from Hayuya and Frady. Of course, the action does not end. XSET, this is a team that I wanted to keep an eye on. They did so amazingly our last Erangel game, but we haven't really seen much from them just yet. They now have 2 eliminations for themselves on the board, running into Dope Esports and Flash. I mean, he's between a rock and a hard place, to summarize it up. The last one over here, now in blue zone, XSET directly in front of him. I mean, he could potentially mess up XSET while they're grabbing their vehicles and starting to make their move, but looks like he won't get the opportunity here. They leave immediately. They know they got a couple of elimination points for themselves, and now they have to get inside of the zone. And what's a better spot than crashing on an edge compound where 2 members of 19 Esports is Salty completely alone. He's definitely going to be pushed momentarily, and Rad is currently across the street, unable to completely help out his teammate. So we'll just wait and see. Polo G starting to make the push. XSET knows that there's one person in here. Salty prepping that nade. Unfortunately, nothing comes of it. Polo G just pushes right on up to him and gets that elimination. 19 Esports is just down to that 1 person left on the northern side of this compound, and I think he realizing that he's just running out of there, hoping to survive for the later game.
Yeah, I mean, again, as I said, Rad is the final man from the side of 19 Esports all the time who's left alive, and now he's just left to rat it out. So things, again, are looking quite tough for Dope and even 19 Esports, as we do have the team of the Chosen having a pretty good compound so far. And Knights, they're going to be on the receiving end. The Chosen doing a great job just eyeing them out. They're taking a little bit of shots too, but nothing critical done yet. Knights, they're looking pretty okay in the spot they found. They're right on the edge. But Knights, again, they're one of those teams that will try to have a good spot inside the next zone. They're not going to settle down with just that one. Bop, as I said, currently the prime spot is in their hands, and they are looking like the rulers of this game, too. Talk about the King of the Hill. And Bop, they're set up for a great game in this one.
The only thing that I would be worried about is they're in the very center. In later game, if they continue to grab center, that just means that they're going to be surrounded by the people rotating in around them. So that's what I'm currently worried about. It does look like WallStreetBets, though. Oh, no, fighting against Lazarus. Lazarus currently the top of this lobby for the match. It does look like they're getting kind of very, very hurt from WallStreetBets here. Joey, let's see if he's going to be able to kind of pull this back from himself, getting those 2 knocks, and that is it for WallStreetBets, actually. Lazarus kind of able to bring that back, but now they are severely hurt. Only 2 of them are now left, Joey and Kazeki. And now you can see Joey at that tree. Looks like Boring Protocol is now taking a look on over. So now Joey, Kazeki have to be even more careful, ensuring that they're able to make this rotation without Bop taking them down. And they got the circle. Necro, this is where what I just said could come into play. Are they going to be able to successfully defend their location and get this chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations under their belt? Or are too many people going to start climbing up their mountain at the same time and they're going to get overwhelmed and taken out first? It's just a matter of
this is what I don't really like. That was a great point from your side, by the way, Span. As you said, if Bop keep on centering on up, things are going to be really problematic. But Bop, again, they also need to take that high ground that is in front of them, which is right in the smack center of the next zone. But they also will need to try and watch their backlines. This is where you try to do a 2-2 split. But currently, Bop, they've just left the backlines open. So that means there might be a lot of pressure coming in from the backlines. Has to be BTOWN slowly and steadily moving on in. I personally feel like Bop should try to hold the edge lines of the circle and make sure they're holding teams off at bay. But again, an interesting decision. I do want to see how this one's going to be playing out, as we do have the players of XSET in front of our screens, and XSET too, slowly and steadily trying to make their way in. But this time, it's quite a risky rotation from the side of XSET. Nothing really can be done in this one. XSET does realize it's either do or die moment for them. It's in this game, and they're straight up going to ram their cards inside the compound or inside the territory of the Boring Protocol as JV goes down. Kill switch is quite low. Polo G is looking pretty okay, but Boring Protocol doing a great job keeping the players of XSET on their knees. Wow.
Oh, huge nade coming through from Spec on Apollo G. I believe that means that there's only 1 of them left. I was going to say, this fighting up here on top of this hill, that should alert the other players to start making their move. BTOWN, the Chosen, even Knights might start making their push up the side of this hill, even Nova. But of course, XSET needs to stay alive for a little bit longer. It looks like they are able to get these reses, except for Polo G getting flushed out at this point. Spec going to go on ahead and just yoink one of their vehicles even, providing a little bit more cover. And Polar Ace is getting involved from behind, getting a double knock on XSET. It really is just down to kill switch.
Oh, it is. Killswitch, again, is one of those players that's been doing pretty phenomenal today, so hopefully he's able to keep the performance up. But something he needs to realize is BTOWN, the entire 4-man squad's moving on up, and that's going to be something to eye out from as well, and that's going to be quite tough to stay alive from. As Spec goes down, a huge man taken out. That can be a threat neutralized if Spec does get confirmed as well, and that's what exactly happens. Spec now down and out from the game. A huge threat neutralized from the lobby. Bop now, they're going to be left quite open as Spec's not going to be there anymore. One of the best men inside the team. The firepower indeed has to hurt quite a lot as Bop, 3 men trying to hold things off as they do have positioned themselves pretty well. And this is exactly what I was saying. If Bop had a 2-2 split and if they made sure 2 of the players were all the way on the edge lines of the next zone, this would not have happened.
I mean, they were pretty split, but the thing is that it just gets to a point where there's so many people kind of pushing up your hill that it's just overwhelming, right? You kind of have to go on ahead and turn around and make sure you kind of pay attention to one of those directions so that you're able to continue to protect yourself. And now, at this point, it's definitely pay attention to your northwestern side because there are so many people up here. There's so many, and the only people on the other side is the Knights. Of course, the Knights now have the zone.
Yeah.
Boring Protocol is in the middle of it. Boring Protocol is in between the rest of these teams and the zone, so they're going to have to be very careful, even more so than before.
Yeah, look at Chico, a great nade from his side to find the opening against the players at the Chosen, and now so it's his time to try and capitalize. Samuel goes down. Bop now, it's a 2-man squad. It's going to be tough to get the fallen man back up. These 2-men will need to try and just pull off a miraculous clutch as 2 of the players from Polar Ace 2, they're pushing on in. A great positioning from the side of Bop, and now Acer 2 is trying to take out the second man. So far, he locks eyes. Bop now, they will get the trade through, and a great way to wipe out the existence of Polar Ace, but Carnage will need to get the fallen man back up. Samuel and Acer should be back on their feet, but they still need to make it inside the next zone. Kill switch, look at him slowly and steadily. He's like a venomous snake, moving on in, making sure none of the footsteps are going to be heard by the players of Bop.
Oh man, if only he was a little bit closer, because he probably would have gone ahead and just full on pushed in there, knowing that they were so hurt, right? But now he has waited a little bit too long. Boarding Protocol has gotten all of their reses and heals off, so it is officially a 3v1. There's only the Chosen up to the northern side of them from now on, because everybody else that has been alive inside of this game, they have been eliminated. They're out of here. They are no more. Boarding Protocol there, you can see them continue to do a good amount of damage as the Chosen starts peeking on over, but Kill Switch starting it off strong, getting knocked to at least one, getting that confirmed elimination point for themselves as well. Boarding Protocol at this point, though, they're very spread out, but they need to focus on getting in the zone and figuring out who is in front of them, right? Because you can see just how spread the Knights are, that they're going to be able to get another knock on a Boarding Protocol. That means that there's only one of them left, but at least Nova gets taken out before them.
It does now. Knights here, all 4 players off for them in the prime spot too. They're also making the push happen. This is the confident Knights, and this is what we like to see, the confidence on them. Indeed, it's just pushing them. It's just making them push all the other teams in the front lines. The Chosen as well, they're falling down. Godvan gets taken down. Now it's all down to the rest of the Chosen men. 3 men up for them as they were able to find the other trades as well. So equal trades on both the sides. Knights, they will need to try and find another opening just to buy a little bit more time, but Chosen needs to get Godvan up.
Oh yeah, both sides getting these reses. Xenox, of course, will be up first, so he'll be able to get that heal off first. And Chosen, continuing to take a little bit of damage here. Beautiful utility coming through from the Knights, making sure that all of them are going to be super damaged by the time that they get there. Another knock comes through, and Knights, they just full on drive through the smoke, making sure that the Chosen has no chance of coming back. They just absolutely get run over, and look at that Kill Switch being so careful with his movement. He is still alive for his team, getting the second place position. We'll see if he's able to do any damage to the Knights though, but the Knights, they are patrolling together. So we'll just have to wait and see if Kill Switch will be able to put up a fight here.
Yeah, look at him. He's just tossing on some smokes, maybe hoping that he's going to be able to just trick the players on Knights, but that's not going to be the case. Look at the 2 players on the right side. They're just moving on in. As you said, Kill Switch is not going to be able to do any sort of damage. You will be easily taken out. Knights, again, a great game from their side, but something that needs to be acknowledged has to be the consistency that XSET is putting on today. 19 points wrapped up from that game as well. XSET, they're on to something today. I mean, even though Knights got the chicken dinner, but still, XSET, they're on a just absolutely huge run.
Yeah, well, it looks like the Knights are kind of able to bring that on back, so it looks like at least one person over on our analyst desk is going to be pretty happy about that. But yeah, XSET, just super consistent the entire day. Like I said, the only thing I'm worried about at this point is if they'll be able to continue it, and if the Knights will be able to continue to have those performances moving forward. Not super worried about them whatsoever, though, especially because look at that, Xenox up there with the most eliminations of 6. It does look like I'm a little bit surprised that Nova also wasn't able to bring too much out of that match as well. I mean, they did get a decent placement position, but otherwise we didn't really see them participate in many of the huge fights. They're just on the wrong side of that hill, I guess, in the end there.
Yeah, but QZ was able to dish out quite a lot of damage, 846, but Xenox with most eliminations. This man's looking indeed on fire, and Knights so far doing okay, ending things on a great note, and this is what you really want, right? Moving on day 2, having the momentum on your side.
Exactly. Started off day 1 absolutely amazing. We had some beautiful circles, and I just can't wait for tomorrow. Of course, we are going to break down that last match after this break.
When the battle is intense and the bullets are raining down, vehicles are one of the only options that can guarantee you a fighting chance. However, each vehicle is unique, hence it pays to know the details. When hell breaks loose on Erangel, you cannot stay exposed while traveling. You can put your faith in the UAZ here for its superior durability and cover. But it's not invincible. If you blow even one of its rear tires, it goes from an asset to a liability in an instant. To stay up and running, no matter how much hit your rear takes, the Dacia indeed comes as a savior. It can storm through the fields at top speed, even with 3 of its tires blown off. The only downside here is its off-road performance. However, when you are in a race against time, the coupe is unbeatable. With its lightning-fast acceleration, it's your ticket to a narrow escape when you are bleeding at low HP. The buggy is great for scouting, and for a driver, it offers the best possible protection from the back. But the same cannot be said for the passenger. But PUBG Mobile offers even more choices apart from the ones we covered. Which one will you choose for your next trip to the safe zone?
And finally, it's the Knights who pull out the chicken dinner. It's about time. Hey, you know what I always say, right? Better late than never. Let's give a big thank you, of course, to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners for the PMPL. I had to say that at least one last time here. You love to hear it. Let's bring back in our analyst, Seven. Glitter, how dare you ever doubt the Knights? That's all I'm going to say, okay? All right, Seven, I saw it in your eyes. I saw it, bro. It was behind there. There was a little doubt. Just a little sparkle. I heard it. I seen it.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, sure, but Knights. I mean, remember what we were saying in the previous segment? I was saying they want to have an amazing game here on this last one. That way they don't have to worry about having a 30-point gap going into tomorrow. And guess what? They did just that. Although, sadly for them, XSET was the second best team on that last match too. XSET being able to put up 19 points. Nice though. 25 points, not bad. And Nova, Glitter, you know what? I'm just going to throw it to you right now because Nova, 15 points.
We have the good Juju, Seven. Okay, 9 elims. They were only 1 elim shy of what Knights was able to pull off, and that's what we're expecting out of our top squads, this type of back and forth. And you have the Chosen there in fourth place with 4 elims, but the 10 placement points, they have been very consistent today. Boring Protocol tried to bring it back. We saw Spec trying to make some plays as well. 6 elims and 8 placement points for them. And even Lazarus might not have those placement points, but the 8 elims are impressive. And when I think about the Super Weekend, or when I think about what we initially envisioned, Knights at 10 elims, Nova at 9 elims, Lazarus at 8 elims, XSET at 7, that is what makes sense to me, right? Like, why did it take to the last game of the day?
Maybe they were just waiting. They were waiting to see how the other team. Just kidding. It wasn't going their way. If we're being absolutely honest, it just wasn't going their way. BTOWN Esports being able to get 3 points there. WallStreetBets actually like a bit of a fall from grace there. The consistency that they were having, only being able to get 3 points, and then we keep going down. Vamp, 19 Esports. We were talking about 19 Esports, how they were towards the bottom of that overall when we got a chance to see it. I don't think this is going to be helping their case. And then we keep going and helping Quit Addiction. We were talking with WallStreetBets, consistency, helping Quit Addiction. 0 points? What happened? Like, what happened here?
Don't know. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, it could be the fact that we're seeing the top teams we expected to pop off. I mean, they finally started to put in that work, and that definitely makes some changes inside of the lobby. Of course, I think it's about time we take a look at our daily winners to see who performed best on each map. Glitter, I'm going to start with you. Man, look at these back-to-back performances from WallStreetBets and XSET.
I mean, this actually doesn't feel that bad. When everything is said and done, you get the dual chickens out of WallStreetBets, both on Sanhok. Then you get dual chickens out of XSET on Erangel and Miramar, and WallStreetBets really seems to struggle on Erangel, so we're not surprised they didn't do well there. But then you get Lazarus, a team that has always been consistently in that top 5 area with a chicken, and then Knights closing the day out with some middle ground performances throughout the day, and then finally that Knights worthy finish. So I mean, the fact that you're getting XSET multiple times tied for the top elims, though, like that's the one thing that's probably sticking out to me the most, that and the fact that they would literally be first and second place for top damage for their chickens. XSET right now after today is the team to beat.
Ooh.
Yes, it's true. I mean, it's true. The numbers don't lie. I mean, they popped off big here. And this is something I was really hoping to see from them, that are defending champs. I mean, because during league stage, they didn't have the best, performance. But at the end of the day, with that prize pool being very similar, they didn't have any incentive to really go crazy. And I think they were kind of just being quiet. Come finals, bam, they came out hot. Well, it's about time I think we take a look and guess who our MVP of the day is going to be. Seven, I'm going to start with you. Who is it going to be?
Kill switch.
Kill switch?
It's got to be Kill Switch, right? It's got to be. I mean, XSET just popped off too hard not to be. Come on. Who is it? Who is it? It's Kill Switch, baby. Let's go. 18 eliminations. Kill Switch, it's about time, man. Let's go. 7. I mean, what do you got to say about this man?
That average survival time too. The damage, 3K damage. Wow. Okay. This man by himself, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Kill Switch was able to put up 18 elims. That is actually, those 18 elims alone is more points than what the Panthers was able to do, actually tying the Panthers. And getting a lot more than 19 Esports, which 19 Esports only got 11 points. So let's go, Kill Switch. That's what I'm talking about, man. I've been wanting to see this kind of performance again out of you since 2020, and I'm happy. I'm happy that we're getting them, and hopefully it continues this way because XSET, I'm going to keep my eyes on you.
Hey, there we go.
I'm going to continue on that performance tomorrow. If not, I don't know.
We have to be at the magnifying glass, right, to inspect a little bit further. But I'll tell you what, man, it's about time. You're right. I feel a breath of relief that we're finally getting to talk about Kill Switch once again. Well, I think it's time we take a look at our overall leaderboards to see exactly where everybody is sitting at the end of day number 1. Remember, there's only 2 days left, and it is going to be XSET up on top here with a nice little cushion, Glitter.
You know what? That is a well-deserved lead. WallStreetBets still holding on to that second place spot, but Knights has had to pretty much work their way up these overall rankings all day, starting off the day on the second page, now ending it in third place and only 6 points behind WallStreetBets. That's something that they can definitely surpass tomorrow if they are able to pick their gameplay back up. But with WallStreetBets performances on Sanhok, we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But if this were the top 5, this would be a really, really solid top 5. HQA does drop out of it because they had a quieter, slower second half of the day, and then the Chosen is only 5 points behind them. But in general, with the exception of, I think, of XSET's lead 7, this is still a very, very close and squished points leaderboard. So we've got 2 more days of play. This could still very dramatically shift.
Yeah, and the beauty after day 1 is literally first match tomorrow can put some of these teams in that first place. And look at this jump too, Boring Protocol. Remember, this was a team that was in 14th place on 1 point, being able to get 33 points, only putting themselves, I think it's 20 points from that top 5. That is good. That's what we wanted to see. Mezexis there with 31 points. It would keep going down. I mean, BTOWN, Vamp, the Panthers. I honestly, for the life of me, I cannot explain what has happened to the Panthers. This was such an impressive team during league plays, during some of the super weekends. Maybe, hopefully, we'll get to see some flashes out of the Panthers and steal some points from certain teams that might need them, especially if they want to put themselves in that top 5 situation. I think tomorrow is going to be a do-or-die situation for a lot of these teams that were currently there between 12 and 16, especially if the Knights, Glitter, if they continue on that kind of performance that they just had, XSET continues improving the way they have been and continues being consistent like they were today. WallStreetBets, Lazarus.
Exactly.
I mean, there's so much stuff right now going on.
I couldn't agree with you anymore. I think tomorrow is going to be one of the most important days by far. You know, those teams at the top are going to want to put that big point gap ahead of time, because if they don't, and then, you know, those teams are going to come in running. I think you're right, though, 7. You know, the Panthers, I ain't going to lie. I think I talked to you before, right? I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Panthers, you know, come crazy in the finals and pull a top 5 finish. So to see them there at the bottom, it hurts to see. But you know what? It looks like I've just got a little bit of word in my ear that we got a little surprise from the production. Oh my goodness, man! 7, is that an accurate view of what you saw right there?
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, shout out to my boy Big Matty. That is some amazing skills right there, and yeah, that's totally me. You know what? Let me just remember. Yeah, oh, that's right. Knights is coming. Watch out, everybody. Knights is coming.
And you see, he's got that tape right there on the bottom, right, to make sure that they stay on the whole game. You love to see that, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Some of the best analysts, best team around, best production. I mean, look at that, pulling it up so quick. So thank you so much for watching. Make sure you go ahead and follow all the socials. Use that hashtag PMPL, and we will see you tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss it.